provisions for scribe assistance were introduced. The COVID-19 pandemic presented new challenges. Visually impaired employees were particularly affected by mobility restrictions and workplace safety concerns. VIBEWA actively engaged with institutions to support work-from-home arrangements and addressed instances of denial and unjustified pay cuts. VIBEWA also started a series of useful webinars for members and non-members alike, which continues to this day. The association also opposed unwarranted and mass transfers. In one instance, nearly 40 employees with disabilities were transferred by a bank. VIBEWA intervened promptly and the transfers were withdrawn. In December 2019, VIBEWA held its first national conference in Hyderabad, followed by the second national conference in New Delhi in January 2023. These conferences, along with periodic small meets in cities such as Chennai, Pune, and Nagpur, strengthened national coordination and engagement. Present work and future direction. At present, VIBEWA has initiated a legal fight against discriminatory promotion policies of some major banks requiring mandatory assignments which are almost impossible to perform without sight. VIBEWA is also working to ensure that all government provisions are implemented in regional rural banks where they have remained virtually unimplemented so far. After more than a decade of work, VIBEWA undertook another nationwide online survey of blind and low-vision bank employees to assess present conditions. Based on this exercise, a second comprehensive report was submitted to the government in October 2025. The report reflected emerging challenges and renewed policy requirements. VIBEWA has proposed a 31-parameter matrix to monitor the implementation of government provisions for the visually impaired and employees with other disabilities across the banking sector. The government ministries and the Indian Banks Association have taken cognizance of the proposal and positive outcomes are expected in the near future. So, ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead, VIBEWA is entering a new phase. The association is expanding its scope and transitioning into DBEWA, the Divyangjan Bank Employees Welfare Association. The objective remains clear: to represent all disabled bank employees through institutional credibility, constructive engagement, and sustained policy action. So come together and be the change to transform working conditions for dignity, for equality, and for the meaningful inclusion of all disabled bank employees.
Thank you. I hope you all have had enjoyed with the audio video and got the inputs and the achievements. Now we will witness one more documentary from our Gujarat state unit.
Extends a warm welcome to all delegates and colleagues participating in this national conference on the theme of inclusive banking in IIIT Bengaluru on February 14th and 15th, 2026. The journey of VIBEWA Gujarat Unit. The Gujarat Unit is the first state unit of VIBEWA. It was established on May 10th, 2025 from a thin baseline membership strength of barely a 2-digit number. Gujarat members have expanded more than 5 times in just 9 months. Similarly, from its inception, the size of official WhatsApp group has grown from 65 to more than double now. VIBEWA Gujarat Working Committee Introduction. The VIBEWA Gujarat State Working Committee has truly inclusive representation from regional rural bank, Gujarat Gramin Bank and public sector commercial banks on one end of the spectrum to the apex regulator, that is Reserve Bank of India, on the other. State President, Mr. Bhupendra Tripathi, Assistant General Manager, Reserve Bank of India, recipient of prestigious National Award from the Government of India in 2018. State General Secretary, Mr. Amit Kumar Thakkar, Senior Manager, Union Bank of India. Vice President, Mr. Jigar Pitwa, Manager, State Bank of India. Vice President, Mr. Balkrishna Dangotra, Customer Service Associate, Bank of Baroda. Assistant Secretary, Mr. Purav Vora, Manager, Punjab National Bank. Assistant Secretary, Mr. Divakar Mankaila, Junior Manager, Bank of Baroda. Women Convener, Mrs. Zarna Vyas, Customer Service Associate, State Bank of India. Women Convener, Mrs. Arohi Parmar, Junior Manager, Bank of Baroda. Treasurer, Mr. David Joshi, Office Assistant, RRB, Gujarat Brahmin Bank. Volunteers, Mr. Chirag M. Patel, Junior Manager, Bank of Baroda. Mr. Mohammed Rafiq A. Sheikh, Head Telephone Operator, State Bank of India. Mr. Love Patel, Customer Service Associate, Union Bank of India. Mr. Nilesh Solanki, Customer Service Associate, Bank of India. An ideal inclusive financial literacy camp at Jambugoda. VIBEWA Gujarat Unit, in collaboration with the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, organized a historic financial literacy camp for 7 categories of disabled individuals at a remote tribal Jambugoda block of Panchmahal district of Gujarat on August 22nd, 2025. This extraordinary initiative was a celebration of diversity and inclusiveness. This was demonstrated in the participation of 47 visually impaired, totally blind and low vision participants, as well as 2 hearing impaired, 12 locomotive disabled, 1 multiple disabled, 8 intellectually disabled or slow learners, and 4 sickle cell anemia category. To make the learning environment conducive, accessibility arrangements were ensured by a sign language interpreter for the benefit of hearing impaired, as well as special educators as volunteers to meet diverse learning needs of participants. This program was graced by an array of dignitaries, including Lead District Manager, LDM, District Social Defence Officer, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of Gujarat, Block Development Officer, BDO, and Block Resource Center Coordinator, Ministry of Education. To make the FL camp impactful, quiz involving stimulating questions were asked from the participants and attractive prizes given to winners. Finally, useful learning materials in both printed and braille formats, sling bag and lunch pack was distributed to each participant. The event was widely covered by the local print media and acknowledged as impactful by all stakeholders. Kutch Kala Utsav, a step towards women empowerment. On December 28, 2025, at the border district of Kutch, the VIBEWA Gujarat unit collaborated with Divyang Mahila Vikas Mandal to organize a business fair called Nav Chetan Kala Utsav 2025. The fair spanned 40 stalls led by Divyang women, visually locomotive or hearing impaired. This inclusive event was a platform for Divyang women from rural hinterland to showcase their talents to urban masses. The enterprising stalls brought forward a plethora of economic activities like embroidery, garments, accessories, Ayurvedic skincare, and natural cosmetic products, mehndi, art and decorative artifacts, homemade delicious snacks, etc. It was graced by Child Development and Protection Officer, Kutch District, Government of Gujarat. The Kala Utsav was widely covered by all media. The Kala Utsav aimed at promoting self-reliance of Divyangjan and was an initiative to achieve dignified financial independent living by improving the customer base of Gru Udyog entrepreneurs. It gives a strong message to the mainstream society about the potential talents and abilities of Divyang women. VIBEWA Vision and Mission. The VIBEWA Gujarat unit has been continuously marching for the cause of ensuring welfare, inclusion, and equal opportunities for its members, and the broader disabled community. Together, VIBEWA Gujarat Unit Team reaffirms our commitment to serve as a reliable support system of community engagement and last mile reach. Thank you, VIBEWA Central Unit, for recognizing the strength of Gujarat and giving us this opportunity of community service.
Thank you. So, as we have witnessed the two very important, successful audio visual presentation, we'll move on to the next proceeding. Whenever I remember this person, I remember one quotation. A leader is a person who knows the way, who goes the way, and shows the way. Yes, now may I request our beloved president, who is also our guiding force, guiding leader, Mr. Rajesh Ashodani, sir, President of VIBEWA and Assistant General Manager, Reserve Bank of India, to talk on the challenges and potential solutions in banks. So please, sir. And before you commence your speech, may I request our president to hand over the reports prepared by VIBEWA to the dignitaries. The report was submitted to the Government of India on the working condition of visually impaired bank, blind and low vision bank employees. So sir is giving the reports to the dignitaries, to the guest of honors also. Yeah, come sir.
Should be on the first slide. And who is with me for slide 3? And sir, there is a step here. Okay, you're onto the podium. Okay. Set up the mic. I'll tell you change the slides, right? Okay. No, I'll tell you. Where is, just tell me, but friends, good morning. And thanks a lot for making it here on our one call. All of you have come from the nook and corner of the country. Very big applause, very big hand to you all. We are because of you. We are all together, right? Yes, I am Rajesh Asudani. And dignitaries of the dais, Venugopal sir, Suryavanshi sir, Nikita ji, and our guests of honor, all my VIBEWA colleagues, Amit ji from IIT, who has made all these wonderful arrangements, IIIT Bangalore. In my dreams also, I did not think that I'll be standing on the podium here and addressing you all from here. So thank you, Amit ji. Our Samarthanam, our sponsors, Mohantesh ji, a big thank you to you. And Snehadeep Trust, which has all handled the local logistics wonderfully from the bottom of my heart. Now, friends, VIBEWA, you know. And shortly, what? After VIBEWA? DBEWA. Right now, we are VIBEWA, Visually Impaired Bank Employees Welfare Association. Right from 2014, you heard the documentary, you know it all, how it started. When Dr. Vamshi asked me, what do you do? I asked him, what do you do? How do you do? We have to, how do you do? Next session after lunch will be, how do you do? How do you do? And how do you do? That's the answer. Are you fine or not? Yes. So that officially also it should be like that. How do you do? I'm doing it very fine. But how? We have to explain. Well, we'll come to that later on. Right now, I'm standing here to communicate one very important thing. All of you know that VIBEWA's latest activity, what was that? We have prepared a report again. We had done it in 2016. We had gone to the government. We had sat with them. And again, after 10 years, we thought something must have changed on the ground, isn't it? Many people have joined the banks. Now again, we conducted the survey. I think all of you had taken that survey last year, isn't it? Then what we found? This time, let me confess, last time we had filed RTIs also, but RTI gave us the information, but this time RTI did not give us any information. No, I may be taken to task for saying all this, but RTI में बैंक वालों ने कुछ भी नहीं बताया, इतना भी नहीं बताया कि कितने blind employee हैं हमारे पास. See the situation on the ground, what has changed, for worse or better, I don't know. But then we got to know the working conditions of our visually impaired brothers and sisters. Kya kuch badal, some things have changed. So we prepared the report, we went again to the government, we met the secretary level officials and we have presented our findings. Here I will briefly take you through all this. Now second slide, what is VIBEWA and all, we all know, right? Survey scope was also grand. I think 5 to 10% of the bank employees participated. My friends, this is a very large number for any survey. Those who have done PhD, are there people who have done PhD here? I know, yes. So if 10% of the sample you are able to gather, that's a very good sample. We wanted more and we will still want more. You have, इतना तो आपको करना ही होगा. जब जब सर्वे आएगा, आप भरोगे कि नहीं भरोगे आगे से? जो लोग बैंगलोर आ सकते हैं इतना दूर से, वो डेफिनेटली सर्वे तो भरेंगे ही ऑनलाइन. बट जो नहीं भरते, जो नहीं आ सकते, you have to communicate it to them also. And from 34 banks, people responded. 19 RRBs and 15 public sector banks, right? 77% people had the severe disability. That means the people with severe disability are suffering more. है ना? Then what happened? Third slide. What are the legal provisions? Because in our report, what we have done, we have compared the findings vis-a-vis what is required by the law of the land. We have a session on that in the evening also. But you know, Act is there. What is the timing of the Act? 2016, RPWD Act. All of us should know this. Then we have circulars of the government. Circulars about reservation, even circular about the reservation in promotion, isn't it? After a long fight, Supreme Court said, yes, you have to do it, but there is a caveat. There is a limitation. It is not for all the scales. It is till the entry point of the class 1. That is from clerical to scale 1, not beyond that. But beyond that, no discrimination can be there, even if there is no reservation, but no discrimination can be there, right? Till scale 1, reservation has to be there. Many circulars are there. 2014 circular we talked about in the documentary, right? So all these are legal provisions, okay? So what happened? Acha, main thing about the legal provisions is the accessibility and the reasonable accommodation. समझ लो आप इस बात को. Accessibility is a fundamental right now. After some cases in 2025, Pragya Prasad, Amar Jain, these are the case names. We will be discussing it. Accessibility हमारा मूलभूत अधिकार है. कोई ऐसा नहीं बोल सकता पैसे नहीं है, नहीं देंगे accessibility. Accessibility is different from assistive technology. Technology तो मिल जाती है, JAWS पढ़ता ही नहीं है. Because sites are not accessible. Okay, all of you know this, right? Now, those other rights are also there apart from accessibility. Reasonable accommodation is one thing that is different from accessibility. ये सब शाम को आप उठाइएगा questions. अभी मैं time waste नहीं करूंगा ये सब बता के. शाम को, ठीक है? इसलिए शाम तक आप रहेंगे ना? हाँ. Then come to the findings. What we found in the report. Say next slide, 4th. It is difficult. Things are difficult. There are significant gaps. कहते हैं ना, there is many a slip between the cup and the lip. आपके साथ तो नहीं हुआ ना? चाय उठा के पीने में कोई स्लिप ऐसे? गरम था, ग्लास गरम है. ध्यान रखिएगा. There is many a slip between the cup and the lip. So this is what we found. There are significant gaps in all the things, right from provision of assistive technology to career progression to everything. जो होना चाहिए अभी तक हुआ नहीं है. परसेंटेजेस में हमने आंकड़े गैदर किए हैं, ठीक है? Worst performance also we found. RRBs. People are from RRBs here. There is no implementation. Nil. Significantly nil. After our efforts, something are being done. But actually speaking, hardly any provision is implemented in RRBs. Maybe they reflect the conditions of our villages. वहां भी तो कुछ नहीं होता है ना. So yeah, we come. There are banks. There are findings. Was I'm just telling the worst things here. Worst things. I'm very much. मैं बदनाम हूँ worst things बोलने के लिए. Okay. Now, fifth slide. Now, many areas. Failure in assistive technology and digital technology. 30% people still don't get jobs. Is it acceptable? Who is saying yes? Don't say such things. At least not in the VIBEWA conference. It is not acceptable. Perhaps my question was not clear. Is it acceptable if 30% people don't get jobs? No, it is not acceptable. Assistive technology, accessibility. 68% people say that no, things are not accessible. And remember, my friends, partial accessibility is no accessibility. ये सब कर सकते हो, बीच में थोड़ा 2 steps they are not accessible. चलेगा क्या? कोई मतलब है ऐसी accessibility का? It should be either there or not there. And if partial is not there, okay? Software gaps are also there. Magnifiers, even 89% people say magnifier they require and it was not given to them. ठीक है, चलो छोड़ो, वो all सारी findings हैं. In next slide. If you come, career progress, promotion, half the people have not got any promotion. More than half, 82% people either 0 or 1 promotion. कैसे चलेगा? है ना? तालाब की तरह पानी गंदा हो जाएगा, तालाब में मछलियां मर जाएंगी. I am talking about career, stagnation. Then transfers. People, 26% people are posted away from their post of preference. Law बोलता है ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. Right? Main thing, job mapping. Micro level pay. What job is suitable for us? Nobody asks us. Nobody takes the exercise also. Many people say job mapping is absent. 7th slide. Training and support. Even only the induction training is well received. After that, be it pre-promotion training, be it assistive technology training, major gaps we found. Then human assistance. All said and done, kitna bhi kuch ho, human assistance ke bina nahi hota. All you have done everything. You have prepared a letter. Can you sign it yourself? Why not? You can sign it. We can sign. I ask tricky questions. You can sign, right? By yourself. You can handle the pain. कहां साइन करना है? इसके लिए ह्यूमन सपोर्ट चाहिए नहीं चाहिए टोटली ब्लाइंड को? हाँ, तो these are very subtle things. Many other things also human support is. 75% people say no. Officially हमको human support नहीं मिलता. Request करो, unofficially beg करना पड़ता है. Including me. I am in that 75%, right? So don't think that I am AGM in RBI, everything is rosy. No, nothing is rosy. So come, next. Training, professional development, major gaps. If you read the report, it is available in soft copy on our website also. So next, if we go further, slide 9 is about transfers and all. I have spoken about that, transfers and all. Still many unwarranted transfers here and there. Many cases among you also, you can know many cases have been there. And the transfer sword also hangs. Now you have come special leave. There is a stark finding. 92% people say वो 10 days का special casual leave मिलता ही नहीं है. फिर भी आप लोग यहाँ आते हो. You so far. It's very good achievement. 92% people say no, our bank does not give us the special casual leave. 10 days wala. So how the gaps are? Major thing, grievance redressal. No representation of the disabled. Right? Then even the instances of sexual harassment have taken place. Our report finds. So see the condition. Then we have listed the top 5 non-compliant banks also. Let me be very clear. We don't hesitate to state the things. Which are they? Top 5. Punjab and Sindh Bank, Central Bank of India, IDB Bank, IOB. Somebody was saying IOB, na? यूको बैंक. इनको 5 1 2 3 4 5 इनाम मिल गया. इनको ताली बजाओ. काय में इनाम मिला? लेकिन नॉन कंप्लायंस में. दे आर नॉट कंप्लाइंग विद द all the banks are not complying actually. but these are the 5 worst performance. RRBs तो मैंने आपको पहले ही बता दिया, ठीक है? And don't be surprised. Now comes the big boss. Which is the big boss? SBI. Wonderful. SBI में we found, next slide, SBI slide. We found, what we found? Many things are not complied. Conveyance allowance is not given properly. 600 में नहीं दिया जाता. Okay, I know. Don't shout. Promotion issues, we are fighting. Discrimination in mandatory assignments. Okay. Special leave also, 10 days. Nahi. Grievance redressal, many lacunas. So let it be. Now, what we are recommending, next slide from 14 number. Simple. Recommendations are very simple. Like assistive technology, centrally should be procured, time bound circular होना चाहिए, सबको मिलना चाहिए assistive technology, updates regularly होना चाहिए. It should be there in the IT policy. IT policy होती है बैंक की, उसमें accessibility और इसका कुछ भी mention ही नहीं होता. That is for general purpose. Why not accessibility? Why not procurement of assistive technology? All those things should be there. Provisions are there. Ease reforms. They mention it, but banks have to integrate that into their own. Because in India, the tragedy is that last mile legal connectivity is not there. सब कुछ होता है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, लॉ है, सर्कुलर है, बैंक बोलता है हमने सर्कुलर इश्यू नहीं किया. अरे नहीं किया तो करो भैया. वी हैव टू इंप्रेस अपॉन देम. ये इंडिया की ट्रेजेडी है कि लास्ट पर्सन आके बोलता है खिड़की वाला मैं टिकट नहीं दूंगा. अरे भैया रेलवे में प्रोविजन है, सर्टिफिकेट है, सब मैं नहीं दूंगा, कर लो जो करना है, जाओ. तो ये दैट इज आवर ट्रेजेडी. पेटी सोवेरियंस, वी कॉल इट पेटी सोवेरियंस. अ पर्सन हु हैज लिटिल पावर, he feels or she feels I am there, I can मैं जो बोलूंगा वो लाओ. एक बार टीसी मुझे बोला you can't go without escort, उतार दिया. जैसे गांधी जी को उतारा था ना अफ्रीका में, वैसे मुझे भी उतार दिया ट्रेन से टीसी ने. बोले बिना एस्कॉर्ट के तुम नहीं जा सकते. अब ये अलग बात है कि मैं गांधी नहीं बन सका हूं अब तक, है. So other major recommendations, slide 15 and 16 also. HR policy, many recommendations में कोई these are common sensical recommendations, nothing. नॉर्मेटिव गैप्स, लॉ में थोड़े बहुत गैप्स हैं, वो भी हमने पॉइंट आउट किए हैं. रिजर्वेशन इन प्रमोशन शुड बी देयर एट ऑल द स्केल्स, ऑल द सेंट्रल पॉलिसीज. I will not give, I will not bore you with all that. Major recommendation is on slide 16. अच्छा, सेंसिटाइजेशन एंड ट्रेनिंग, इंडक्शन ट्रेनिंग से लेके हर एक में डिसेबिलिटी मॉड्यूल होना चाहिए. लाइक वी सेंसिटाइज अबाउट सेक्सुअल हैरासमेंट, डोंट वी, होता है ना हर ट्रेनिंग में. तो डिसेबिलिटी मॉड्यूल भी होना चाहिए. देयर शुड बी एवरी ट्रेनिंग, व्हाई नॉट. देन मेजर रिकमेंडेशन इज दैट वी प्रिपेयर्ड अ मैट्रिक्स. What is the matrix? Matrix is a table, quantifiable table. 31 parameters we gathered in our report from various government provisions, and उसमें whether you are complying with it or not, accessibility whether it is there or not, assistive technology it is there or not, exemption from transfer whether it is there or not, ऐसा करके 31 parameters का एक मैट्रिक्स हमने बनाया है और गवर्नमेंट को दिया है. You call for the returns from the banks, you call for the financial returns, RBI calls for all the financial returns. तुमने ये किया, CRR, SLR, ये, बट ये ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेस का ये जो प्रोविजंस है डिसेबल्ड के लिए, 31 quantifiable parameters are there. You call for the yearly returns, you will know whether they are implementing or not. And if they are not implementing, you do something. We told the government, you are the executive. Executive का मतलब है execution करना, अमल में लाना. And you are not knowing. I flatly we told the secretary MSJE that you are not knowing whether the provisions are being implemented or not on the ground. And we NGOs like VIBEWA, we are preparing the reports, but we can't do it continuously. Government should call for the returns from the banks, isn't it? And then only they will know that what implementation is there, till what level it is there or not there. So let us hope. लेकिन क्या प्रॉब्लम ये हो गया ना, हमने उनको मैट्रिक्स दिया और बाद में बोला VIBEWA कॉन्फ्रेंस में आना, तो कोई मिनिस्ट्री का कोई रिप्रेजेंटेटिव आया ही नहीं. ये सोचो क्या बीतती है गवर्नमेंट, हाउ दे आर सफरिंग यार. You sympathize with our government. We presented them with a matrix. We asked them to please consider, please implement it, and our general secretary Himanshu day and night persisted कि सर आप आइए कॉन्फ्रेंस में, थोड़ा हम बात करेंगे आपसे मैट्रिक्स के लेवल पे. पता नहीं क्या हो गया. All the 3 ministries, they have gone into the shell. So let us hope we will try to awaken them. अब हमारी आवाज उन तक जाएगी कि नहीं? तो ये सब करेंगे तो उसके बाद now VIBEWA equals DBWA, because we till now focused on the blind and low vision, but employees with disabilities, government has come out with the circular. In every bank there should be association of employees with disabilities to represent them collectively, like SC, ST and OBC associations, right? VIBEWA has begun supporting the people, guiding the people, and actually facilitating the formation of such associations in all the banks. And we will do it. And at the central level, we will be DBWA, Disabled Employees or Divyangjan Employees, Bank Employees Welfare Association, so that it will be an umbrella body to support you, to take us, all of us together. And therefore, you can see today we have guests. Our Venugopal sir is there, CGM, Canara Bank. He is a person with locomotor disability. He will be addressing us shortly. Then Nikita madam is there. Of course, she is among us. She is blind and she has meteoric rise. She is now Deputy General Manager in Bank of Baroda. And we have HI people with us today. So throughout today and tomorrow, we will be expanding our scope and considering what are their challenges of other disabilities. Along with, but don't think that we will be marginalized or any disability will be marginalized. No, there are common challenges and there are unique challenges also. So both the things will be taken due care of. किसी के हाथ का मुझको सहारा मिल गया, वरना कहां मैं और कहां ये रास्ते पेचीदा पेचीदा, और नहीं है मेरे मुकद्दर में रोशनी न सही, नहीं है मेरे मुकद्दर में रोशनी न सही, ये खिड़की खोलो जरा सुबह की हवा ही लगे. तो सुबह की हवा लगेगी, हम सबको लगेगी. A big thank you again to you all, and let us keep time and proceed. And we are there along with you. We will be deliberating. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh sir, for your wonderful presentation, throwing lights on various issues and challenges. So let us all reflect what sir has told and contribute and make our contributions to achieve the goals. Thank you, sir. Now I invite our Mahantesh sir, Dr. Mahantesh sir. Sir wants to leave for some other program. So I kindly request Mahantesh sir to speak. He is a founder of Samarthanam Trust. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. How is it, Josh? With huge apologies, I will be leaving because I'm sure some of you know, Karnataka won the national championship yesterday in a very, very interesting, one of the best finals. It went to super over. So they're all waiting for me. I need to go and felicitate. So apologies, but I'll come back again and spend time with you. Distinguished guests on the dais, my elder brother, our Commissioner, Sri Das Suryamshi sir, my friend Paul Mudda, Secretary Himamshu ji, President Rajesh ji, all the office bearers, and my lovely friends. I feel very proud to see so many gang from Samarthanam banks. Yeah, so I felt very happy, Suma, and led by you. I think great initiative. Big congratulations to Visually Impaired Bank Employees Welfare Association. Hearing the amazing accomplishments, what you all have done, I think it's commendable. It's not easy, but you have demonstrated your commitment for the entire community. So while I thank all the banks who have encouraged giving employment, but still long way to go, they can do more, your efforts. So Samarthanam always stands committed with VIBEWA. So anytime, whatever VIBEWA wants, Samarthanam is there with you, like House Nehadeep. So we both are with you, I promise, on this stage, without asking Mudda. Liberty I have with him, he has that liberty with me. So we both are with you. May VIBEWA continue to grow bigger and better and serve our community in getting all the deserving rights, all the rights which you deserve, all the opportunities you should get, you should get. So we are there with you, and our Commissioner sir is there, our CCPD Delhi, our Govindraj ji is there, and some of the bank representatives are there, Venugopal sir is there, Nikita madam is there. So they will all stand firm with all of you. We are there with you. So all of you work hard, continue to grow in your respective banks, or even in other banks also, there are opportunities. So what is my dream? Probably would like to see one visually impaired as a chairman of some of the banks. That day I'm going to throw a party to all of you, we'll celebrate. So is anybody ready for that? Yeah, why not? Yeah, and continue to mentor your youngsters, get more visually impaired to banks, thanks to technology, which is making a lot of things accessible. But I get to hear most of you are handling most tough job, converting MPAs into active accounts, right? Yeah, that only visually impaired can do. Yeah, you have demonstrated that. So once again, my big thanks to VIBEWA for giving me a chance, giving Samarthanam a chance to be a part of this amazing initiative. I'm sure this 2-day conference will come out with many, many findings, and we'll all work towards. Samarthanam is there, not only supporting the events in any meetings if you want, wherever you want, and anything we can do for bankers, we are there with you. One small note with that, I conclude my speech. So every bank wants account from organizations like Samarthanam, Snehadeep and all. But when we want loan, they say we don't want to give you. So probably Rajesh ji, I request you to take this also. See, I tell them you want deposits, but why you don't want to give the loans? Yeah, so visually impaired are most trustable. We don't default, right? So with this note, have a wonderful day. Today is a special day. Love everybody, love your friends, and yeah, happy Valentine's Day to all of you. And unfortunately, this day is also not a good day. A few years ago, 40 CRPF people we lost. So it's a black day. So let's pray for our soldiers who protect us. With this note, thank you so much. Sorry for requesting to advance my speech. Thank you so much. You all have fun, enjoy, and have a lot of happiness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful and lively speech. Actually, sir wants to leave for another program. So we thank you, sir, on behalf of VIBEWA. Now, the much awaited speech. We have, yeah. I kindly request, Himanshu, sir, General Secretary of VIBEWA, to give away the memento to our Mohantesh, sir, as a token of love and gratitude. We look forward to continuously working with you, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Now, the much awaited, we have come to an important part of the proceedings. We have now joined online with us a distinguished senior government official. Yes, our Deputy Chief Commissioner for Persons with Disabilities, Shri Praveen Kumar Ambassador, sir, is joined with us. Sir is playing a crucial role in the successful and active implementation of RPD Act. Not only that, he's playing and he's having an exclusive experience in administrative and capacity building role. Sir has also involved with the Institute of Secretariat Training and Management, and also contributing to in-house program to the government official on various fronts and policies and subjects. In addition, he has been actively redressing the grievances of persons with disabilities and also drafting the inclusive policies to strengthen the grievance redressal policy mechanisms of persons with disabilities. So we welcome you, sir, and our members are very eager to listen to you on this occasion. Thank you, sir.
Very good morning to everyone present. Some of the dignitaries that I'm able to recognize from distance, Honorable Chief Guest of the program, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, office bearers of VIBEWA, all members of the Visually Impaired Bank Employee Welfare Association, colleagues from banking fraternity, Lord and State Commissioner for Disabilities, Sri Das Suryavanshi sir. Thank you everyone for inviting me to be part of this very meaningful gathering. I'm Praveen Prakash Ambast, as has been informed to you. I'm Deputy Chief Commissioner for Persons with Disabilities. I come from Armed Forces Headquarters Civil Service. Today I'm linked with you through video conferencing. I'm wearing a white shirt and a light blue Bangala jacket with my specs on. For those who can't see me, I just wanted to inform. It is truly a privilege to address an event like this, which represents not only welfare, but also dignity, capability, leadership, and community. It values the best of our workplaces, what they should stand for. And at the outset, I must say that banking runs on trust, accuracy, and service. My father was in State Bank of India. I have been born and brought up in a banker's family. Two of my uncles were also in different banks. So I have seen it from very close quarters. The visually impaired employees of the banks across different roles, different branches, different geographical locations, different linguistic zones, they have demonstrated their professional excellence, not limited or determined by their eyesight, but their vision, their skill, discipline, and integrity. Every day, bank employees handle responsibilities that most people never fully see, actually, particularly in today's days when we have, close the door, today's day when we have online banking, many youngsters have not even gone to the bank and see what goes behind the scene, actually. And there you are working tirelessly, navigating barriers that still we have at workplaces. Previous speakers, Mr. Rajesh then Mr. Mahantesh spoke, highlighted. I could hear only these two gentlemen. Highlighted the role, the contribution, as well as where we need to still work on, and lot of takeaways from their discussions. One starts with an understanding that We have not lived up to the expectations, that is for sure. But we need not be pessimistic, because I have been involved in this area since 2006, going to complete 20 years in disability sector. And I have to say that we have covered a lot of ground. Not that uh, we have not done work which is required to be commended. We have done a lot of work, but still workplace discrimination, workplace accessibility still is definitely an issue. And in that atmosphere where there is sometimes barriers of environment, physical barriers, infrastructural barriers, and more than that, attitudinal barrier, still you have performed, you have delivered, and you have led the institutions. So today's event is not just a welfare event, it is a celebration of competence. And it is a reminder to all institutions, when we make systems accessible, we are not doing charity. We are unlocking talent that is always there, that was always there. Just today, I read a beautiful message on X, which was erstwhile Twitter, from somebody about lemon tree, what they have done. They have an average of around 12% persons with disabilities in their workforce. And their tagline is that it is not charity, it is our business strategy, because the persons with disability, the attrition rate is very low as compared to persons who are non-disabled. Their loyalty towards the institution. Somebody just spoke, I think Mahantesh ji spoke, that we are never defaulters. So the loyalty is much higher. And if they are put in a system, more often than not, their contribution also surpasses that of, a person with an average person with non-disability. I have had a PA who was a blind person. For 3 years, I was fortunate to have a PA by the name Mr. Lingappa. He was from Karnataka. I've never had before or after such a competent, any person who is more competent than Mr. Lingappa. I always remember him with great deal of not only appreciation but actually gratitude. And because of my interaction with him, I learned so much how to deal with persons at workplace, persons with disabilities, how to create atmosphere for them where they can excel, and how they can complement you in talent and uh, public service. I never dealt with him with sympathy. I remember that he was also a huge cricket fan and he used to support Australia. I, of course, used to support India, and we always used to have those friendly banters about how, I mean, the two teams, and those were the days when India-Australia rivalry was at epic level. So we always used to fight and always used to have very heated discussions. I never used to treat him with any sympathy. But yes, I try to learn to be more empathetic and respectful, actually, more than anything, respect. Today is Valentine's Day, and I think no love can sustain without respect. And I always respected him for his accessibility to software, his ability to bring out. In fact, I don't want to make it individualistic, but some of the important decisions of the CCPD during those days impacted employment opportunity for others only because in the courtroom the opposite party saw a blind person taking dictation from the advocates and from the chief commissioner and bringing out the result within half an hour, the output in form of the interim order or final order. Training is a very important part, and it was also spoken about. I hope some of you have seen the CCPD order on uh, not only having training programs mandatory, but also training institutions, training methodologies, and training materials accessible. 28 training establishment, Department of Personnel and Training, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, and Mission Karm Yogi, the IGOT platform. So 31 of them were arrayed as respondents, and it was a suo motu matter. 15788 is the case number. In October 2025, this was the final order was issued after 3 or 4 hearings. And I urge all of you to please read that judgment. I think issued on 16th October. It is there on our website. One issue I want to discuss, which was earlier also discussed in my previous speaker's speech, is about reservation in promotion at all levels. Today, reservation in promotion is available only to the lowest rung of Group A in central government. When we talk about bank employees, it is only up to the level of JMGS 1. From JMGS 1 to MMGS 2 or 3 is not available except in one bank for which there is a specific court order. It is not available. Here I would like to say only two things. Even for scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, the reservation in promotion is available only up to the lowest rung of Group A, not beyond that. So within Group A, from a Group A post to another Group A post, reservation is not available. Number one, and number two, I want all of you to please read section 34, which talks about reservation. And in section 34, where it is very categorical, when it makes 4% reservation, 1% each to the 4 categories, including the multiple disabilities, it says that appropriate government shall ensure, shall reserve at least 4%. When it talks about promotion in the same section, it says that reservation in promotion shall be in accordance with the instructions issued by the appropriate government. There, the Act doesn't specifically provides for 3%, 4%, or 5% reservation. It only says as per the instructions of the appropriate government. And for you, the appropriate government is the DFS. In personal matter, DFS is also guided by DOPNT, and that is the decision as of now. Some of the state governments have not provided any reservation in promotion, and matters have been taken up to the high courts. And because of this statutory provision that reservation in promotion shall be in accordance with the instructions issued by the appropriate government. So therefore, it is very difficult to push as of now till this act is there. This reality check I wanted to place on record. Inclusion, when becomes a motive, it is not a byproduct or side project. It is just about good governance. In banking, we speak the language of outcomes. What are we going to get out of it? Efficiency, compliance, risk management, customer experience, productivity. In all of this, inclusion has a very important role. Particularly talking about persons with disabilities, in one of the orders, Rukhsar versus Punjab and Sindh Bank, the CCPD directed not only the parties but also requested the Central Vigilance Commission and the DOPNT to come up with some safeguards for employees with visual impairment who are more susceptible or prone to banking frauds. If I, as a visual employee, a visually impaired person, I'm not having a dedicated node. Nobody asked me to, oh, please give me your node for 2 minutes. I need to prepare a draft. No one should be allowed to work on my computer. It has to be totally dedicated to me. And the password protections and all, the change of password should be more frequent than a non-disabled person. A CCTV with audio visual recording must be there near a person working, a visually impaired person working on the computer, so that no one is able to steal the passwords when the employee is typing that. So These are very important aspects to, equal opportunity and reasonable accommodation. Most of the visually impaired persons are very efficient working on systems. So therefore, we need to provide accessible assistive devices and accessible equipments, training for it. In that aspect, the DEPWD's instruction of 27 September 2025 is very handy, which talks about providing assistive device up to a financial limit of rupees 10 lakhs every 3 years if required, to make the employee with disability more productive. I hope the banks are aware of this. I'm at pains to share with you that we have one case in CCPD where the bank and the employee, they are fighting whether the battery of a hearing aid should be reimbursable by the bank or not. I'm very, very sorry to say that. Because bank thinks it is his personal device and the person says, no, I need to use this for work. I know it is not very rampant, but one off case we also have on this. Now, talking about accessibility, needless to say, many of your champions, I know Rahul Gambhir ji is here. I know that Nikita ji from Bank of Baroda is here. Accessibility is such an important aspect. Actually, uh, it has been treated as right to life by the Honorable Supreme Court. In a recent case, in fact, I would say uh, clubbed cases of Amar Jain versus Union of India and Pragya Prasoon versus Union of India, the Honorable Supreme Court has said that Article 21 is broad enough to include in it right to accessibility, digital accessibility. But much beyond this, in 1988, also the Honorable Supreme Court, 1988, in Ummedi Lal versus State of Himachal Pradesh, they have said that accessibility is akin to right to life and is a fundamental right for a person with disability. So there are accessibility standards issued by the DFS on banking and insurance sector. Still, every now and then we get complaint. Yesterday I was tagged on LinkedIn where one of the ATMs of a prominent nationalized bank, the ramp is totally broken. On one side, the railing is also not in place, and the width of the ramp is, almost half that is required. Sometimes there are operational constraints. Your ATMs are there in congested market areas, but nothing can explain a broken ramp. So, as a change agent, wherever you are working, I urge you that you, wherever you see that your own employer is not accessible not only to you but to ordinary customers, whether it is visually impaired or hearing impaired or locomotor disability, their inclusion in the banking system must be there. You will have a great role now with the uh, two schemes that the government has launched in this budget on assistive devices and skilling. So in our economy, this is absolutely, I would say, needless to be even mentioned about that. What is the role of banking in our, uh, GDP or the economy? It is the backbone. Nothing can be achieved without the support of banks. So when our people, our persons with disability will be imparted vocational training, skill training, and when they start working, they will need support from banks. Of course, the NDFDC is there, but NDFDC may not have its footprint across the country. Banks do have. So your role in purple economy, is going to be very, very critical, very important. I think I have spoken a lot. I need to stop here. But once again, congratulations to the VIBEWA. And I also need to uh, place on record my gratitude to the venue, the Triple IT in Bangalore. Thank you very much for facilitating this. And thank you very much, the organizers, for holding this conference. And I'm deeply grateful for all of you to have invited me. I only want to say one thing in the end, that uh, pardon me for saying this, but I make it a point to say that when for non-disabled people, when I say that you need to be empathetic towards persons with disabilities, in the community of persons with disability, I have to say that you need to be empathetic towards the ignorance of the larger society, including the bureaucracy. This I say from bottom of my heart, that if you start othering me, if you start othering the non-disabled persons or the officers, then the gap is only going to widen. There are people who really are working day and night for the empowerment of persons with disabilities. Let them never feel that they don't belong here. We are all together in this journey. I belong to you, you belong to me. There is a sense of togetherness, and therefore, if you find a totally insensitive bureaucrat, an officer, it is your duty, your responsibility to tell him of the issues, to inform him of the rules, of the laws, of the requirements, why reasonable accommodation is not a charity, why reasonable accommodation is very much uh, a requisite criteria for taking the PWD community along. With these words, I would like to stop here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of all our members and office bearers and executive committee members of VIBEWA, you have thrown light on various issues, and we look forward to get your continued support from CCPD, as you're having the quasi-judicial power. So we look forward to continue the support as always, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now, we'll move on to our next chief guest, and it is none other than our State Commissioner for Persons with Disabilities, State of Karnataka, Dr. Das Suryavamshi, sir. Sir is having 35 years of experience in the field of disability, and he is holding 6 PhD in disability studies. Not only that, he has published a Braille calendar in the year 1991, and he has started a blind school and also started School of Music and trained several children, and they have all come up with flying colors. And sir has appointed as a state commissioner in the year 2007 to 10. Again, he was reappointed in the year 2023. And he is the first, Karnataka is the first state to give caregiver pension for persons with disabilities. So I should say it is because of our state commissioner's effort they could achieve this. And also he has trained 15,000, he has made 15,000 persons with disabilities made up of this all self-help group, and he has received several awards for his wonderful work. And not only that, he has appointed 6,000 members of persons with disabilities in Gram Panchayats and other institutions. Sir, without taking much time, people are very eager to listen to you. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
सभी को नमस्ते। स्टेज पे लोग बैठे हुए थके हुए, आप सब भी थके होंगे बहुत, क्योंकि सिंस मोर देन 2.5 hours वी आर सिटिंग ओवर हियर। तो बहुत खुशी हो गई जब मैं सबसे पहले मैं आया, लगता है मुझे यहाँ पे जब स्टेज में आया था 9:35-40 आई केम ओवर हियर। सो व्हेन आई सॉ एवरीबॉडीज फेसेस, इतने खुशी से भरे हुए फेसेस थे, और एक दूसरे को दे वर जस्ट एक्सचेंजिंग देयर व्यूज, हगिंग देम, expressing their happiness. And definitely today is the beautiful day of love, and they were interacting with that love which accept everybody. तो मुझे आज बड़ी खुशी हो गई यहाँ पे आने से, और it is my joy, my happiness, because I am here being a normal bodied person because of one person. I remember him, Mr. Anand Sawant. He was in Mumbai. I was in Mumbai 9 years, and he was working with Lakshmikant Parallel Music Group as a musician. And when I met him on the road in Varali Prabhadevi, then we became friend. I came to know his several needs and problems, what he was undergoing. Then I committed myself to do something for the cause of persons with blindness. And that is how I'm here. And always I feel that as I have been created as a normal bodied person, for what? Why God has given me this most powerful camera called eyes? Not to enjoy myself, but to be accessible who are not having the vision. That is what I feel very much. And with that sense, as my biodata was being read, when I see these people, then I thought to go further studies in the field of disabilities. And I have done about 6 PGs, post-graduations in the field of disabilities. And that has paved me a way to work little effectively in the field of disabilities. And I am very happy. I thank God that person Anand Sawant who was created on this earth. Always I feel, we have been created fearfully and wonderfully. Whatever community we are belong to, whatever category of disability we are belong to. So we have been created wonderfully, and that wonderful has to be entered in our lives. It is possible when we make use of our talents, hidden talents, and that can be exposed, and we can become model in the country and world at large. So since then, my journey started. I came back to my native place in Bidar. I started a school for the blind, and so far 24 batches of 10th board examination faced by my blind children in Bidar. 154 blind boys and girls passed out, and out of that 76 are in government service, and very, very low strata of their lives. Bidar is very far from here, 800 kilometers. It is situated on the border of Telangana and Maharashtra. What language we speak, I don't know. This is very much mixed with Urdu, Kannada, Marathi, Telugu, and whatnot. So from that strata, we were able to start something. And during 2010, when I was 7 to 10, I was a commissioner for disabilities. A lot of initiative was took. That was the time 1995 Act was in force, and 7 categories of disabilities. 2% was exclusively allotted for visually challenged people to get the government job. And that is how in Karnataka, I might be highest employees in the government service from visually challenged field. Last year, I had been to High Court. I was having interaction with Chief Justice of Karnataka. So he was saying 394 visually challenged are working with High Court. So because of this 2%, it has made possible 1% for totally blind, 1% for partially blind. Out of these 5% of reservation in Karnataka, so 2 are distributed to visually challenged community. That is why so many people visually challenged background, they have been operated in the government service. And one more initiative I took, as Madam was reading about my achievement. Every Gram Panchayat, one disabled is being appointed. And he has been assigned to be accessible for the benefits meant for disabilities with various schemes, school, UDID card issuance, mentally maintenance and all. So more than 6,000 people are working in Karnataka. It is nowhere in the country at large. And that is the things has been initiated since 2007 and 8. And, ours is the only state in the country. We provide the monthly maintenance to the caregivers, severely disabled caregivers. And so many things have been done. And I am working this field. God is using me. I felt during my span up till now life, education plays a vital role. Without education, nothing happens. And when I go to the every district and review all the district officers, and especially about the education status of disabilities, it is very, very low. You know, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan is in force, and I have reviewed more than 25 districts in Karnataka. Every district, the statistic is being given by the education department. Under Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, up to 8,000 children are being given education. But I have not seen even one blind person is taught Braille. I have not seen even one deaf person has been taught sign language. So data is being maintained. So education is very, very important in regard to when we see about the higher education. Only 0.38% is the status of the higher education in disabilities. So long way to go. You are enjoying over here with the beautiful positions with banks. You might be getting very good salary too because of your education. So this we have to remember our communities. You know, they have reached only 0.38% in their higher education. And how we can enhance this? And you are being the think tank body. You can take an initiative to the government, higher level, how we can enhance, how we can increase the enhancement of higher education and disabilities. And if that is being happen, we can see the wonders. You know, when I saw your happiness, I felt it is a small heaven on earth because your smiling faces interacting with each other. So it is possible when we go to have the education. Education plays vital role and accessibility. You know, you might be very much aware, last 2024, we called Chief Justice of India here in Bangalore. We had 2 days deliberations on Accessibility India Accessibility Summit. And that paved the way when Chief Justice Sabji went to Delhi. He passed an order, all the public places must be made accessible. And that is how Sugamya Bharat came into force. And whole country, every state, they are conducting the audit of public places. And that we also took a place within 1.5 months. Entire state, we went from village to entire state. We have conducted 2 lakh audits of the public places in Karnataka. That is the way, because a report has been submitted to the government of Karnataka. It may go definitely again to the parliament. So if the places are being made accessible, so that will pave a way to become inclusionist. We can be included in the inclusionist. So that is how we have to do. And it is my privilege. I'm supposed to be today in my native place, because since 25 days, I had not gone to my native place. Every Saturday, Sunday, I try to go. But when there was a lot of force, Sahu was calling me, Paul Muddaji was calling me that you have to be here for this program. And it is my privilege to see my community, because my Anand Sawant has changed my life, transformed my life. And that is why I am able to give my life to do something for the cause of persons with disabilities. And it is my privilege as being a state commissioner. Anything you required, please, you can call me. And I am round the clock, 24/7, I am available for the welfare of persons with disabilities. So once again, it is my joy to be over here and be part of this conference. So I wish all the best. And you are being the so-called intellectual persons, please bring out the deliberations, so which can be referred to the government, and we can do so many wonderful things for the cause of persons with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for throwing light on various issues. In fact, we are very much honored to listen to your speech, because in many states, we do not have even a state commissioner, independent state commissioner, but in the state of Karnataka, you have been doing wonderful service. I think this should be a role model for all the states and all the state commissioners, I suppose. So thank you, sir, once again. And we are very honored to listen to your wonderful work. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request our Chief General Manager, Canara Bank, to give the chief guest address. Sir is an AGM in an CGM in operation wing. Sorry, sir. Sir is a Chief General Manager, Operational Wing, Head Office. Sir is a person with locomotor disability, having completed BCom, CAIB and AICWA. Joined in the bank 1990. Sir got promoted in the year 1999 and Sir became an AGM in the year 2016 and DGM in 2019 and GM in the year 2020 and Sir, now he is a Chief General Manager from April 2025. And he has made contributions in various portfolios such as large credit as a senior manager and DGM credit, and he has been handling the credit portfolio in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana for 1 year, and he has been the wing of GM wing of CAM wing head office. So he has made so many contributions. Now Sir is a CGM and heading the operations wing. So now I kindly request you, sir, to throw light on us and give an inspiring speech so that we all will become like you one day. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, all of you. And I'm very thrilled to be here today. I had a lot of apprehensions about how this whole function will be organized, because this is the first time I am attending such a function, such an event. Normally, we visit several events, several conferences, etc. But this is very unique, I would say. Wonderful to be here. First of all, a warm welcome to all of the people who are participating here, and especially the dignitaries on the dais also. Madam has already given me a brief about me, but since many of you doesn't know me, I just want to introduce myself. I am Venugopal, Chief General Manager of Canara Bank, and representing Canara Bank in this conference and addressing all of you is my privilege. See, first of all, Mr. Praveen, yesterday just now he spoke and he was describing what attire he was wearing also. So that was very minute things which we do not really understand, but I understood the sensitivity and the intention behind it. So I also wish to say that I am Venugopal, I am representing here. I am for the benefit of the people who doesn't see me, I am a physically challenged person with 90% disability. I have both lower limbs paralyzed due to polio, and I walk with the assistance of crutches and calipers. So friends, when I was invited by Mr. Dr. Paul Muddaji to attend this function, I thought maybe I'll be an inspiration to people. But after coming here, my opinion has been changed. I got inspiration from you people. Actually, you are my inspiration. I am nothing in front of you. I am nothing in front of you. The way you are managing yourself is fantastic. I am awestruck by seeing all of you, including on my right and left, I am seeing Himanshu ji and Rajesh ji. I am surprised how beautifully they are managing themselves. So hats off to you people. I got inspiration from you. Thank you very much. Friends, all of you are bank employees, and bank employment is a different profession altogether when compared to other organizations. Here, day in, day out, we are working very hard, and at the same time, we are accountable for many things. Our job is more responsible than many other jobs. And in our bank and other banks also, I find that the people who are visually challenged and otherwise challenged also are occupying major positions, including the people on this dais also. We can see a good number of people who reach top positions despite their disabilities. So this is not a criteria for your achievements. When you resolve to achieve something in life, these things will not be a barriers. That is what you have proved, and you are now showcasing your talents to the world. So likewise, as a banker, I would like to suggest few things to you, because other technical aspects and legal aspects are already covered by Himanshu ji, Rajesh ji, Suryavanshi sir. Everybody have covered the deeper aspects and accessibility standards, your rights and obligations, everything they have covered. I was told by Himanshu ji that the forthcoming sessions are talking more about the nuances of the various aspects related to the disabled people, like statutory provisions, these accessibility standards, legal provisions, capacity building. I was told by him that, and definitely please make sure that you actively participate in these sessions and get the inputs, right inputs when you go back. So give a good advantage of these sessions. Listen carefully to what they are telling, because with great effort they have organized this event. It is not easy to organize such an event. I know that. Thanks to people like IIITB and other organizations, NGOs also in this aspect, they have supported you, and please make best use of things. Few things I'll just cover while telling you. What are the do's and don'ts for a bank employee, especially a physically challenged person? First of all, these words itself are confusing. Sometimes earlier we used to call physically handicapped, then physically challenged, then disabled, now Divyangjan. So many words they are coining. But what is there in a word? There is nothing. It's only a dignity is added. They are trying to add dignity to that word, but it is not material. The material things are more than this mere words. They are just mere words. Material things are accessibility, respect, and equality. So how to get this? Because when you are in a vulnerable position, if you show your vulnerability, people will exploit you. So in a banking environment, it is very risky. If you are working in any other organization as a clerk, as an officer, it's not a big deal. That will be a department you are handling, and there will be people to handle. But in a bank, day in, day out, you will be signing. You will be taking care of money, public money. And if something happens, you are also responsible like any other person. So in this background, please be very, very vigilant. Okay. So first thing I want to say is, because do not trust anyone just like that. Whether he is a supporter, whether you are a colleague, anybody, please take your own precautions while handling the banking operations. Because once any disciplinary action is initiated, there is no exemption for anybody. And unnecessarily careers are spoiled. As a IRGM, I have faced this situation many times. I found that in many of the big irregularities, people use people with disabilities as their easy targets to achieve their sinister goals and all. So please don't fall prey to them. Never believe anybody just like that. Take your precautions. This is the golden thing I wanted to tell you from, because I handled IR for 2 years and saw many people unnecessarily suffer, despite there being no mistake from their side. This really pained me. That is why I'm telling you again and again, never share your passwords, never give your keys to anybody, never sign anywhere where you do not have confidence. So these things you please take care, because it's very important. Second thing is, do not try to or do not anticipate sympathy or empathy. Don't anticipate anything. If somebody gives, it's okay, but don't anticipate. We are not here seeking any sympathy or empathy from anybody. You demand respect. You demand recognition. That is more important. And always in this present world, knowledge is supreme. The person who is having knowledge is revered. The person who is having awareness is respected. So if you constantly improve your knowledge, your domain knowledge, your awareness, then you will be respected, you will be given good positions. Our speakers have spoken many times about the promotions and all. So when you are showing your abilities and knowledge, promotions will come to you, definitely. You cannot be ignored because of the other disabilities, because your otherwise important means management will never ignore you. This is what is happening in many places, in many banks. People reach top positions. And just now, Himanshu sir was telling about CGM and DGM who are reached their positions. Madam Maya, she has reached CGM's position despite being wheelchair bound also. So there is no such thing like impossibility. Only thing is we have to show our mettle, our determination. Opportunities will definitely come. Use technology and artificial intelligence wherever it is possible, because that is a wonderful tool that you are using. and use it to better your opportunities. Because I have seen many people, for example, we have utilized, we have introduced JAS package for some visually impaired persons. And when I went for a demonstration how it works, then I was surprised to see their speed. I could not imagine a normal person can never achieve that speeds and that accuracy. So using technology to your advantage is a major facility that you have got now, which was not there in earlier days. Now you have the facilities, inputs. And sir was also telling now banks will be giving various equipments, apparatus, etc., which the proposal is underway, and banks may soon release them also. So use all the facilities that are being given to you to your advantage. But the thing is, ultimately, we are respected for our work. Our work will speak ultimately. So in that part, no compromise. Please don't compromise on work side. Then you will get good laurels. See, accessibility standards and Pragya Prasoon case also people have covered. Now accessibility is talked everywhere. Even our DFS and Government of India is conducting regular meetings, and because of the recent Supreme Court directions, banks have already been asked to implement certain recommendations. Nearly 35 recommendations are there as far as I know. Out of that, they have asked us to implement whatever is immediately implementable. And for the remaining recommendations also, they have asked whether they are negotiable or not negotiable. That also we have given our views. And recently in the last week also, we have attended a meeting with the top functionaries. And all the non-negotiable accessibility standards have to be implemented by bank immediately in a time-bound manner. And remaining, there will be the effort will go on. So in this way, the proactive measures are going on everywhere. It is not like nothing is happening. But the sincerity among the people who are implementing is missing sometimes. Like sir was telling earlier speaker about one of the ramps in a bank. See, bank is providing ramp, but it is not properly maintained. Who is at fault? The local branch authorities and the people who are simply adjusting with that. Why you are adjusting? Why we are not complaining? Why you are not bringing to the notice of the top management? Why we are not putting on the social media? So these things, general public also and the users should never tolerate any this thing in the public life. So we as Rajesh ji told, this accessibility should become a fundamental right in the days to come. Constitution should declare this as one of the fundamental rights in the days to come. Then only real progress will happen. And it's not a charity. Nobody is doing a charity by building a ramp. Nobody is doing a charity by braille enabled ATM. It is not a charity. It is a requirement. And world over, if you see, there are many countries which are adopting very, very proactive measures. Like here, one sign language interpreter is there. But in whether you see in other meetings, no. But in many of the countries, it's a common sight. Even if somebody is speaking, a politician speaking in a European country, you will see a sign language interpreter beside him. And she will be instantly translating. So why we can't have? If a stage is there like this, many of the auditoriums doesn't have this ramp that we are having here. So in the countries like European and advanced countries, even a small stage also they will give a hydraulic lift if there is no ramp or there is no stair. So where the cost is not a criteria. Nobody, as already Himanshu ji told in this point, cost is not a criteria. Government says you provide it, irrespective of the budgetary constraints. And who is having budgetary constraints? Banks doesn't have budgetary constraints for such things. Definitely. For the amounts we are spending on so many things, the accessibility is a small paltry sum that we are spending. Only thing is will should be required and a proper demand from our side should be there. And we should highlight whenever something is not available. You should raise your voice, bring it to the people, bring it to the leaders, bring it to your local administration. And bring it to people like us. I am a grievance officer, I am a nodal officer. If something comes, I'll immediately tell my premises swing to take care of these things. Like that, whenever it happens, we will see. And I have also introduced as an operations CGM in my bank. I am sending my executives to various branches across the country to generally see what is the customer amenities and what is the status of the implementation of the thing. And I have made these things also as part of their investigation. That means part of the inspection, like accessibility, whether ramp is there or not. whether low-lying counters are there or not, whether may I help you counter is there or not. These things also, apart from the customer amenities, apart from the statutory governance, these also we are seeing. And if somebody is not maintaining, I am taking action against them. So likewise, we are trying to implement wherever it is possible from our side. So from your side, you do your work, and whenever you are coming across any issues, you please bring to our notice. Then definitely it will be there. And regarding career prospects also, I just wanted to say a few words. Many people think that it is very difficult to get promotions. Yes, it is very difficult. Normally, people won't prefer. That is a hard reality we have to digest. Then how to impress? How to get? We cannot leave it, no? See, despite life being so tough, you are living a very happy life and you are becoming inspiration to so many people. How you are achieving? Same way in the promotions and career prospects also, you have to excel. You have to do your work very sincerely and you have to prove always when a crisis situation comes, you should be in the forefront. Then people will definitely recognize you and promotions will come in your way. The days in the coming days will not be like earlier days where people used to neglect. That those days are gone. Now it is not the situation. If somebody is having some metal, definitely they will be recognized. Days are changing. So be all the best to all of you. I wish a wonderful life ahead for you. And this session has opened my eyes, especially about the way people think about you. Kudos to all of you. Thank you once again for calling me here, and particularly Dr. Paul Mudda, who has made me come here. Thank you very much, sir. And all the other dignitaries also, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are really delighted to listen to your words of wisdom. We will surely carry forward your advice, words, and come up with flying colors, sir. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Now, I wish to invite our Dr. Nikita V. Rawat, ma'am. As you all know, Madam is a leader in HR and environmental, social and governance. And Madam is currently serving as a Deputy General Manager in Bank of Baroda. Born without eyesight, she has achieved historic milestones and she has been recognized nationally for her well-known contribution. She heads bank sustainability and ESG corporate ethics, and she has played a crucial role in integrating banks into core banking solution. Joined in the bank 2009, Madam became the youngest and the first visually impaired officer to become DGM in the history of visually impaired. As a learning head and Bank of Baroda Academy, she oversaw training of 8,000 plus employees and pioneering the visionaries from VI staffs also. As a regional head, she managed with employees, life and thousands of staff members. She has played a crucial role in maintaining stability during demonetization. Madam also holds a PhD degree in holistic inclusion of persons with visual impairment, in the socio technique. And she also holds an MBA degree in the prestigious university JBIMS in Mumbai. And not only that, she has been a recipient of several awards and she has wrote several books such as Mosaic Divers and One Picture. And also she has been received a Best Employee Award from the President of India. And she is also the recipient of International Louis Braille Award in the year 2010, and she has been named as India's most influential women to watch in the year 2025. And most interesting, many would not know, Madam is also a musician, and also she's a playback singer also in the Punjab cinema. So I hope we will listen to her song also and at the end of your speech, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, and thank you so much for that wonderful and a very long introduction. I'm truly humbled. My regards and salutations to the dignitaries on the dais, the ones who have joined us online, and all you wonderful people sitting here. So first of all, please let me know that you have been constantly hearing us out, I think for more than 2 hours now. So are you all okay and awake to listen to me for another 5-10 minutes, or we, yeah? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Now, so my talk today with all of you will be a little different than what we have been discussing since morning. Okay, so let's connect heart to heart. Okay, let's do some conversations, and I will also want all of you to ask me questions if you have any. But before that, let me compliment and congratulate the great efforts of put in by VIBEWA. And I know Himanshu, I know Rajesh ji from the time we have joined bank. And I'm telling you, the success of this organization is possible because of the passion. So passion comes first over here. I also would like to acknowledge the passionate efforts of some of my members who was sharing the stage with me, including Rahul, Prashant, Khandu, and whosoever I have missed. So when I say this, that my salutations to all of them is also because I believe that all of them have created a brand for themselves in the space, in the area that they work in. Yes or no? So when they joined bank, or when all of us joined bank, I'm sure all of us were also daunted with the same challenges which are happening today. But despite that, I think the approach that really matters is to have a solution oriented approach while recognizing the existence of certain constraints and certain problems, right? So I'm sure all of you who are working, I think mostly in branches, first of all, let me also applaud your efforts, because working in branches itself today in bank by any employee is quite demanding, irrespective of disability or not. Yes or no? The customers are demanding, the environment is demanding, but the way our branch staff manages all of this is really, really commendable. Yeah, so you can actually clap for yourself. Great. Now coming to how do we actually approach our day-to-day challenges, or day-to-day, how do we actually navigate? Now, disability is there. Okay, we all have accepted it. You have accepted, we have accepted. It's there. There are challenges with accessibility. There are challenges otherwise also. But what do we do? So one way definitely which all of these people, including the government, including the bank, etc., are taking care is on the legal route, is on the policy making route. Okay. But of course, while certain things are being taken care, there are a lot of things which will take time, right? Things cannot change overnight. All of us know that. Yes. So, but let's acknowledge some of the good things that have happened in the last couple of years, maybe in the last few months, etc. And Himanshu, when you spoke about the report, I would also like somebody to take a survey or take a pulse for two things. One is an appreciative inquiry. Now, what is an appreciative inquiry? To find out what are some of the pluses and the positives. So I'm actually a person who with a natural propensity looks at the positive side of things, because my blood group is B positive. Okay. You also, I think many of you all. So let's think from that angle as well. Let's do some sort of appreciative inquiry that what is going right. Okay. Because everyone in the ecosystem definitely wants some sort of encouragement, some sort of appreciation. Can I have a small ask from each one of you sitting here in the audience? While we are very vocal and we are expressive of some of the problems we face, that, this, my manager told me this, I'm not getting a computer to work, my portals are not accessible, my colleagues are not happy, I mean, they're not cooperating with me. Can we take, okay, somebody behind me saying top management typical, is it for me? No. Somebody said that, but I'll come to the lower level of the top management also. That will be I like that, by the way. So let's also find out, for our own happiness, let's try and acknowledge those 2 or 3 things at least which are going right for us. Can we do that? It will only make us happy. Correct? Yes? So let's try and change the mood of things. Now, this I'm not talking from the top management angle at all, but I'll share one personal experience that just happened with me today morning, a little away from the bank. I was coming to this venue, and we talk about people being insensitive towards disability, but I'm sharing this example to you from the lens of sometimes people are not insensitive. It is just that, people are not aware, or it comes naturally to them. So I was coming in the car. I had a wonderful driver who was driving down our car, and I was generally conversing with him to ask about his family, etc. And suddenly he said, "Madam, my family consists of this." And then he just, when the car stopped at the signal, he pulled out something from the dashboard and said, "Ma'am, I want to show you my family picture. Here is it." And I didn't know how to react for a minute. But then I said, let me respect his emotions. Okay. And I said, "Oh, that's nice. Good to know that you have a great family." And then there was somebody sitting besides me, the one who's accompanying me. I said, "Okay, Didi, can you just have a look at his family picture? I'm sure it'll be wonderful." And while I could say that, he had literally made a crying face that, "Oh no, what I did." Actually, I could make out from his expression. I said, "No problem." So what I'm trying to say is, now had I had a different viewpoint, I would have said, "Arey, kaisa hai ye person? How insensitive of him. He knows I cannot see and he's showing me the family picture." Right? Here, and then we would have people sometimes, because we keep getting these kind of mails, etc. Sometimes people then come up and say, "Oh, this is insulting, this is discriminatory, etc." But let's also understand that every time the intention is, in fact, most of the time, the intention is not in creating barriers. It's not on creating discrimination, but things happen. Now, most of the banks today, when we talk about banks, a lot of us have these policies. Okay. However, I think the speakers prior to me also shared this, that a lot of times the challenge happens at the implementation level. Now, that's because either people are too bogged down with the business pressures that they have. This is not, cognitively taken up as a priority. Or secondly, people are not aware. Accessibility kya hota hai, karna kya hai, right? Now, just yesterday, somebody senior was asking me, he telephoned me and said, "Madam, ye accessibility matlab kya hota?" And this is a real example I'm sharing with you. So he said, "If I put JAWS software in all the branches of my region, will I be achieving accessibility?" No. So this was his question. So I had to very patiently explain to the gentleman. I said, "See, you provide JAWS software wherever there are visually impaired people working, but we also at a system level need to ensure that our systems, our portal, our menus, etc. are accessible, meaning they are readable with JAWS." Okay. So then he understood. So what I'm trying to say is, at times, it is the ignorance, it is the lack of understanding, but things are changing. Things are changing for better. And sometimes this kind of a pressure from the government, pressure from the associations like VIBEWA, the ease reforms, etc., are needed to drive these kind of interventions in a better way. Now, something very interesting was discussed in the morning about reservation for promotion. I'll just share a small anecdote from my personal experience. When I was appearing for promotion from 4 to 5, okay, we were in the office, I was doing my work, and somebody around me, a lady around me, I overheard saying, generally discuss hota hai na, there is a discussion which happens that, oh, in this exercise, who will get promoted, who will not get promoted, etc. So the lady around me, I overheard saying that, ha, un madam ka kya hai? Every time she sits for promotion, she will get promoted for obvious reasons, And obvious reasons, I knew that she meant with my blindness. Okay. Now that thing really hurted me. I said, my promotion cannot be because of my blindness. Right? If people are feeling that because I'm disabled or I'm differently able, whatever you want to call it, then that should not be the reason for me getting promotion, because exactly I never joined the bank because of that, right? So believe me or not, I started praying that, okay, I'll give my interview, but I hope God I don't get promoted. And that year I did not get promoted. Okay. And then I was happy because that myth that maybe even a one person in the bank had, that she will get all the success and preference because she's blind, got broken. Yes. And then when I got promoted next year, it was more graceful. So at times, you really need to sort of, deal with the subjective natures of people as well. And that's why I'm telling you, if there is no reservation as of now in the higher rungs of promotion, it is in a way blessing in disguise. My last tip, and I will wait here, I will stop here for you to ask me questions, is what is one thing that we can actually create our own brand? People identify us or people recognize us for that thing rather than our disability or our blindness being our identity. Can we all just sit down? So we do a lot of talking with each other. We do a lot of sort of talking on the social media, etc. Can we spend like 5 minutes every day and find out what is that USP that I bring to my table of work? What is it that I want people to recognize me as? Like, for example, we have Prashant on the stage, and when we talk about accessibility in Union Bank of India, more than the blindness, for Prashant and Rahul, they are recognized by creating Union Bank as a very accessible bank. Yes or no? So they have created that brand. Yes, you can clap if you want for them. So what is it that you, each one of you sitting in your branches, would want to be known for? Somebody who's very, very good in customer connect, somebody who, is very fast in maybe convincing a customer to buy a product, whatever that could be, or somebody as simple as, but very important as, somebody who's very, very approachable, somebody who gives a lot of comfort in times of stresses. So one or two USPs, if you can find out for yourself, I'm sure it is going to change a lot of perception about you. And promotion vagara is, a journey. As in the morning, somebody said, I think Rajesh, she said that he'll be very happy to see if there is a chairman, a visually impaired chairman in one of the banks. For me, I think who, Rajesh, yeah. So for me, it is like, I would be very, very happy to see one chairman or MD from at least one, at least one. I'll be very happy if there are more, but at least one chairman or MD from this audience here. Yes? And believe me, it is possible. It is possible. Yes. What is required is a little more extra effort, a little more extra cautiousness, what Venugopalji was also very rightly saying, and a little more having the sense of the big picture and kind of ignoring the crummy issues, or those chote issues. Mujhe bura lag gaya, somebody said this, just ignore, move on. The sky is open for you, right? So thank you. I'll stop here and you can ask me any questions that you want. Yeah.
how you are managing paperwork and all. This is
Yeah.
I'm not like negativing. I am also
No,
B
no, no, no.
positive.
Good.
B positive blood group only. But how you are managing that paperwork and all, ma'am? Because if somebody comes and asks, like we have to
Sign.
manage that. No, so that is the
Right. So, first of all, I always had this practice whenever there would be a letter for my signature, I would first call it soft copy and read the soft copy, etc., and make sure that the print is taken from my printer, which is attached to my PC. Okay. So, yeah, yeah. Oh, acha, okay, sure. So I think in interest of time, but I will surely discuss this later. Yeah.
ma'am. Yes,
So, ठीक है, fine. Thank you, all of you. God bless and wish you all a meaningful day. Yeah, thank you for inviting me here. Song later. So, song later. Song later. Yeah, song later. Yeah, sure. Thank you, ma'am. Friends, we will have Q&A session definitely. So now due to paucity of time, but we will surely have Q&A session. Afterwards, please. Thank you. Yeah. So now we are actually behind the schedule. We have to go for lunch also. So due to paucity of time, I request the coming speakers to be little brief. And now I invite Dr. Pal Mutaji. He is the founder and managing trustee of Snehadeep Trust. And sir is also the vice president of VIBEWA to deliver his address. Before that, I kindly request Rajesh Ashadani sir, president, to felicitate him with a bouquet. Thank you, sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, respected Gopal sir, CGM of Canara Bank, our Guru, the Commissioner of Disabilities of Karnataka, and my colleagues at VIBEWA, my friends who have come from different parts of India, and volunteers, and special mentioning of the Triple IT who, in the presence of Mr. Amit, Professor is also sitting here. I will take only 2 minutes. We are behind schedule, 45 minutes. We are behind schedule. If I talk more, I think they'll kick me out. So it's our CGM was telling a pertinent question about using your knowledge power. See, we are all blessed by God in so many ways. And many of us, we know what to do, what not to do, but still we do the same, committing the same mistake, bringing disrepute to the organization. See, bank has provided so many opportunities, especially Canara Bank. I joined as a telephone operator in 1991, February. Now I have completed 35, joining 36 years. See, those days, there was no technology at all. Now you have got iPhone, AI1, laptops, all these things you have in hand. Those days, telephone operating, music, maybe teaching job were the only priorities for visually impaired. But today, we are having so many countless jobs that we can perform. And thank God, because of the intervention of the Supreme Court in 2004 and the rights of persons with disabilities of 2016, we are all blessed in so many ways. But my question to all of you, are we committed to provide your best talent to the bank? That somewhere I am feeling that we are not filled the gap, friends. Bank has provided, institutions have provided the opportunities, but we are not making full utilization of the opportunities are given. Everybody is wanting promotion. Yes, I also need promotion. You also need promotion. Now accessibility is also improving. They are giving reasonable accommodation, but are we trying to give our best? So I request all of you, whether you are clerk, officer, manager, in the executive cadre, just perform well and you will be given rewards. See, I wrote 6 times from manager to senior manager, friends, but I did not give up. I went on competing, I went on writing exams after examination. Finally, 1 year I got it. But these days, the opportunities are plenty. Promotion policies are very, very quick. When I started, minimum 7 to 9 years I had to wait. But now, if you have completed CIB, JAB, just in 3 years, you will be able to step into the next cadre. But are we equipped? Are you having the knowledge? And most of the knowledge that you have, you're not using in the proper sense. See, we don't have sometimes common sense. I always use, you have knowledge, thank God. But do you have the common sense to express yourself in the right time? So I request all of you to develop your skills, your abilities, your technologies around you. Experiment on that whenever you have got some time on holidays, weekends, so that we can also compete with our peers. We can also be equal contributors to the bank. So there are a lot of policies that are being changed for the betterment of our differently abled people, but we must fight for it. That is why VIBEWA is here. They have been fighting from last 12 years now, starting in 2014. Things have changed. We are fighting for the better. In the days to come, we all hope that you will be put in the right perspective, right job, right sense of recognition, and VIBEWA is here to help you out in that. Now, if you see last year in April 4, 2025, DFS also told to form an union separately so that you can cater to the needs of your own colleagues in the bank. Be it be physically challenged, orthopedic, mentally retarded, hearing impaired, visually impaired, all of us should come together, fight for our cause so that our lives will be better in the days to come. So I request our CGM, he knows a lot about us. Sir, our employees, especially in Canara Bank, they are facing little trouble, maybe in their work, maybe in their attendance, maybe in their putting biometric, lot of issues are there. For 1 minute of late, there are many blind people are forced to go on leave, sir. I want you to please focus little attention on the importance of our visually impaired friends in the bank. Now, since Divyanjan is also going to be included in the next year on, I request sir to please intervene and give your best to the management so that the lives of our physically, visually, and other people will be smoothened in our bank, sir. I request you, sir. And I know that you will do it because you are our licensing officer and we have to come to you. We need to depend on you, and it is your inputs that are going to make our lives in this bank. So once again, I thank all my colleagues. I thank every participant who has come here to take part in this. May God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking words. May I now request Mr. Amit, sir, Head Global Accessibility South IIIT, to deliver his address.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I guess I need to close in maybe 50 seconds or 60 seconds. Otherwise, lunch will not be served, or lunch. The people who are serving lunch will probably go away. So on behalf of IIIT Bangalore, it's a pleasure to host all of you here. I thank VIBEWA for collaborating with us on this very important initiative. IIIT Bangalore, as a higher educational institution, as a research focused university, has always kept inclusion as one of the priority areas when it comes to technology. We do have programs in the area of computer science, in the area of electronics, engineering, data science, etc. But whatever we do, we want to look at technologies from the perspective of inclusion. And this is a wonderful opportunity where we have an audience like this where we have all of you coming over here and trying to deliberate and discuss on how our societies, how our financial sector, the banking sector can become a lot more inclusive. I don't look at all of you here as only discussing. I hope you not only discuss employee welfare related aspects, but you discuss inclusion in general, you discuss inclusion of technologies in general, you discuss inclusion of persons in general, because as a group, all of you are very powerful in terms of ushering in any changes in mindsets that all that the society needs, and that is very important. In fact, I'm very happy that we have about 50 odd students volunteering here, because when they go out and then they work on cutting edge technologies, they would have inclusion. They would know that when I have to develop technologies, they have to be accessible to persons with visual impairment. They have to be accessible to persons who cannot hear, who are deaf and hearing impaired. The infrastructure that we build, the kind of interfaces that we build has to be accessible to people who have lower limb, upper limb disabilities. And that is what we do here at our Center for Accessibility in the Global South. We have resource centers, we have worked on technologies. You may not have the opportunity to visit some of our facilities here, but there's a small booth outside. You can have a look at some of the technologies that we have been working on. We work with blind schools, we work with schools that are working in the area of learning disabilities. And we have a consortium with other universities across the country. This includes IITs and IIMs. And we are trying to make the higher education space much more inclusive. We have students who have been blind. We have deaf students in our, we have had deaf students. And we would encourage all of you to actually promote and demand inclusive higher education, because that is what will make the aspirations of becoming CMDs, the aspirations of becoming whatever, RBI governor, all of that will only happen if you start looking at contributing to the entire ecosystem as equals. We don't only look at benefits that should come to us. We don't only look at ourselves as consumers of technology or consumers of the benefit system that the state provides to us, but we actually actively contribute. We actually participate in contributing to policy making, actively contribute to making the entire financial sector, banking sector, and the country, the entire global south, a much more livable place. Thank you very much for being here. All the best for wonderful discussions, and hope we'll have lunch still available to us as we go down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, sir is heading the Center for Accessibility Global South. So thank you, sir. And we regret that actually due to paucity of time, we'll take Union Access and SBI Foundation in the next session. I hope you lot. Thank you so much. And also along with the other NGOs, we have Mitra Jyoti, we have from Enable India, NFB, NAB, and I think Leonard Cheshire also. And we'll take them in all the, we'll have the sessions in the upcoming sessions. So thank you so much. Before we propose the vote of thanks, let us felicitate our guests, the dignitaries, with the memento. Our President, Rajesh Ashnani sir, and our General Secretary, Himanshu Sahu sir, is felicitating all the dignitaries with the mementos. Over, sir? Over? Okay. Over? Okay. 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 Sir, can I?
One second, ma'am. There's still it's going on.
Okay.
Announce to the volunteers. I have some announcement to volunteers.
After vote of thanks.
You know what of them?
Yeah.
People are leaving. Ask them to be seated.
I kindly request everybody to be seated. We have only few more minutes and we have some announcements also. So please be seated. No, after vote of thanks.
Just get down now.
Oh, you are. Okay.
Yeah, friends, be seated. Just be seated. And we have, as Muthu has already told, after lunch session is for NGOs. That is for capacity building and innovative solutions. There we have our dignitaries from NGOs who are in the first row: Enable India, Mitra Jyoti, NAB, NFB, and SBI Foundation, and Union Access, and Vision Empower also maybe. So we will have all of you, please, on the post lunch session, we will be discussing the things. And friends, one announcement is there for you. Our lunch, now we will shortly have national anthem and conclude this session after the vote of thanks formally is proposed. But for lunch, be seated here. Our volunteers will assist you. They will take you to the basement. It is in the basement. So please don't be impatient. Volunteers are there. And now, may I, Nikita ji has come here. We'll give Himanshu ji. Himanshu ji. Nikita ji has come. Give the moment. Delivered. Okay. So now may I request our treasurer Surya Jyoti to formally propose the vote of thanks to our dignitaries in the inauguration session. Surya Jyoti. Yeah. Surya Jyoti will give the vote of thanks and then
give mic to her.
Yeah. Please give her the mic there. Portable mic. Achha, she has already come.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected President Rajesh, sir, General Secretary Himanshu, sir, and all the dignitaries here. Firstly, on behalf of VIBEWA, we must thank Dr. Shri Amit Prakash, sir, Head Accessibility South of IIIT, and Vidya Madam for giving us an opportunity to arrange this program here and making it accessible by giving wonderful volunteers here. A big round of applause to them. We all thank you from the bottom of our hearts, sir. We also must thank Shri P. Ambitdas, sir, Chief Commissioner of Persons with Disabilities, for connecting Deputy CCPD, for connecting us to online by taking his valuable time and focusing on many multiple areas. We also must thank Shri Das Suryavamshi, sir, State Commissioner of Persons with Disabilities, Karnataka, for his impressive speech and heartful words. Thank you so much, sir. We must thank Shri P.K. Venugopal, sir, Chief General Manager of Canara Bank, for enlightening us on different productive areas, practical and sensitive areas. Thank you so much, sir. It will definitely help us. We must also thank Shri Dr. Nikita V. Rao, Deputy General Manager of Bank of Baroda, for inspiring us to climb in the success of ladder. We must and should thank Sri Mahantesh, sir, from Samarthanam Trust, for arranging many volunteers today and also helping us in different things to arrange this conference, for taking his valuable time in spite of his busy schedule today. We must also thank Shri Paul Mudha, sir, Dr. Paul Mudha, sir, Assistant General Manager of Canara Bank from Snehadeep Trust, and also our Vice President of VIBEWA. He is the biggest pillar of today's conference. He has arranged all the logistics. He has taken off everything from the scratch at Bangalore. I must thank, in spite of his various health issues, he has been working for this conference since long time. We all thank you, sir. We also thank all the volunteers here who are really helping us out throughout the conference. We also thank each and every participant and friends who have come here from different parts of country. And I'm very happy to meet you all. Thank you so much once again. As our Rajesh sir told, lunch is arranged at the basement. Be seated in your place. Volunteers will help you to go for lunch, and lunch will be arranged in 2 batches. So don't hurry up. They will help you to have your lunch. Have a good time. Let us rise for national anthem. I request each and everyone to stand. Yeah.
जनगण अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय
Yes, sir.
All of us will be here.
All the volunteers, please guide them towards the lift. Take them to the basement. Use the ramp sections everywhere. Only 2 lifts go to the basement. Utilize only those 2 lifts. Volunteers are supposed to be at the lift section too. Ensure volunteers are present at the lift lobby. Only 2 lifts go to the basement. Utilize only those 2 lifts.
Sir? Oh, sir.
Volunteers, please spread out. Please take them to the Ramanujan basement. Volunteer.
So if you are smiling in the group, lunch, otherwise no lunch. Wait, left.
Morning session is good.
Good.
Some time.
Yeah, time like to ho gaya. Yeah, it will be there.
All the meetings.
Yeah, yeah, just like that. Correct. Correct. We have to.
टाइम पर जरा होता ही है
होता ही है,
इवेंट
वो तो होना ही है।
जितना कंट्रोल करो उतना जितना हमने कंट्रोल में कर लेते हैं
बस।
अभी किया ना आपने
हाँ
postpone किया।
हाँ बिल्कुल और क्या। नहीं हेलो हेलो हाँ हो पाएगा और 36 तक टाइम दिया है वेट करेगा। आप लोगों को लाओ तो सही स्टार्ट तो करेंगे यार
सॉरी सर
अमित 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 जी अरे अमित जी तो
हाँ these are meta classes है ये रेवन मेटा क्लास
यूनियन एक्सेस के हैं लोग किसान की तरफ से हैं एनएफबी से प्रदेश की है और इनको लाइए सेवा को एनेबल इंडिया से लाइए और फंड को लाइए और फंड को लाइए।
See, we are now five people. Only 5 people. It's a pattern discussion. Okay, okay. Semi sir. Sir, everyone comes in this sit down right now, or we'll call them on stage. Do you want them to call them on the stage? They're coming actually. Few are downstairs, few are here. How I got it. What my question? When they announced that the fact that one of the names is on stage, or do you want them already on the stage? Okay, we do not want them Yes. I will sit. Yes. Okay. Give me a minute. Yes. Give me a minute. I will get it. Right. So very soon they will be back.
Yes,
नहीं नहीं वो कह रहे हैं कि participants भी कुछ है
अच्छा अच्छा हाँ तो ठीक है तब तक
these people their friends have not come please call them to come back to work. Yes that's what I
did. Yeah friends, please call your friends who are having lunch. They must have finished their lunch by now. Please call them to the auditorium. Please call them or please help them come to the auditorium. Those who are low vision, those who are partially sighted, they also can take the initiative and bring your friends to the auditorium sooner than later. Huh? And friends, we are going to have very important sessions, very interesting sessions, and they are the crux of the conference. Otherwise, ये conference कराने की कोई जरूरत नहीं होती. But now these post-lunch sessions, they are the spirit of the conference. First session will focus on accessibility training and capacity building and innovative solutions. उसके बाद productivity, what we do in banks, how we do and how more we can do. Then our rights and entitlements and advocacy. यही तो जानने आप लोग आए हैं ना यहाँ. तो प्लीज बी हियर ओनली, तन से और मन से यहीं रहिए. फ्रेंड्स, प्लीज आस्क योर फ्रेंड्स टू कम हियर. आपने बाहर भी स्टॉल्स लगे हैं, यूनियन एक्सेस का है और ग्लोबल एक्सेसिबिलिटी सेंटर का है. और यहां भी अब वॉट एवर सेशन वी आर गोइंग टू हैव नाउ, यू विल एक्सपीरियंस समथिंग न्यू which nobody has experienced till now. That is an accessible POS. Do you know what is POS? Point of sale. What do we do with it? Purchasing. We credit card swipe, we swipe debit card and we make the payments on the shops, right? So they are not at all accessible. Have you seen any accessible POS? But here we are going to demonstrate one for you. So the things are changing. Things are changing, friends. So all of us should be on the same page. Please bring your friends so that we can start it immediately. Right?
Yes, yes. Actually, wait for some time. Actually, they are having their lunches. They are just coming lunch also. Santosh ji just finished kiye the. Yeah, yeah. Somebody please, Acha, you are please have a seat. पर सामने पोडियम है हाँ पोडियम के पास है हाँ मतलब एकदम सामने पोडियम है इस साइड आ हाँ हाँ नहीं मैं जा रहा हूँ Yes, sir. All right. You all have. You can tell them. Portable mics. Portable mics. Chair अगर सेमी सर्कुलर कर दो एक मिनट में तो अच्छा है. Only one. Vishnu is also. Vishnu has come. Sir. सेमी सर्कल साइड में दोनों से फ्रंट पे कर देना है सेमी सर्कल हाँ और मिडिल में एक रजिस्टर सेमी सर्कल अरेंज आमने सामने बैठा और मॉडरेटर कितने लोग रहेंगे टोटल अभी 5 है put the center and I will put the center clear to it yeah that is doing अरे दो यार यस सर हाँ
और बीच वाली चेयर किधर है मेरी बीच वाली किधर है अरे फॉर मी विच इज द मिडिल चेयर which is the middle chair for me yeah I'll be in the middle right okay right sure and two here okay wonderful आ जाइए राहुल जी प्रशांत जी right to left
Sure. These are the two mics.
नहीं है it's not yeah good afternoon friends had your lunch sumptuous lunch okay please call all of us are here we are running behind schedule by 1 full hour 1 घंटा गाड़ी लेट चल रही है so गाड़ी को लेट नहीं करना है अभी ठीक है अरे शांति शाम को बहुत बोलने का आपस में बहुत बोलना है शाम को अभी नहीं प्लीज इफ एनीबडी रिक्वायर्स एनी हेल्प यू रेज योर हैंड वॉलंटियर्स विल अप्रोच यू ठीक है हाँ सो नाउ फ्रेंड्स पोस्ट लंच सेशन वी आर स्टार्टिंग विथ एंड ऑन द डायस आई वेलकम my friends and I welcome Khandu Bhandare from SBI Foundation. Khandu ji, please come. एक और चेयर लगेगा ना? हाँ. एक और चेयर लगा दीजिए. एक और चेयर लगा दीजिए volunteers. One more chair, please. So I welcome Khandu Bhandare ji from SBI Foundation. I welcome Shri Prashant Naik ji from Union Access Team, Union Bank of India. Prashant ji, welcome. I also welcome Rahul Gambhir. It's a home for him. He is our VIBEWA secretary. But more importantly, perhaps, he is the part of Union Access Team, Union Bank of India. He is known along with Prashant Naik ji for making the Union Bank most accessible bank. So I welcome. I also welcome Mr. Shiva from Enable India. Mr. Shiva from Enable India. We are glad to have you. And I also welcome Shri Pradeep from National Federation of the Blind, NFB. So with this panel, Kanduji has come? Yes. Okay. With this panel, we are going to discuss some very interesting questions and also see some very interesting things, as I promised. So first, with this panel, I start the discussion by, all of us know that when we join the banking, even before joining the banking, training is of utmost importance. Now, all of us have heard that scribe is going to be discontinued within a couple of years, right? Everybody will have to write on the computer. You know, all of you know? And don't be afraid, because when you join the bank, you are supposed to know the computer. This is the unfortunate reality that many of us don't know. And that reflects very poorly on the management as well as on the customers as well as on everybody. So the training while joining the bank as well as after joining the bank, we have to work on the computer. We fight for JAWS, we fight for accessibility. But why? Because we are working on the system, computer. So the training plays a very pivotal role here. So I would start, because Enable India gives the training, is one of the prominent organizations giving the training. And even after joining the bank, SBI Foundation provides the training, right? So I'll ask small questions from these two in the beginning. That when do you feel that the people take the computer training seriously? Before joining the bank, Enable India, after joining the bank, SBI Foundation, and what are the deficiencies in the training? What are the things which we need to cover and we are not covering, or people are not learning properly? So I will start with Enable India.
Yes, thank you, Rajesh, for the question. So, when you ask about the training, definitely now we can see that, okay, many more visually impaired gives importance for digital literacy, no doubt about it. And there are specific questions. So if you look at 10 years before to now almost the new generation kids are getting, so those who are coming out of the colleges, they are getting a better opportunity to kind of get digitally literate. If it is the question specific to that, okay, is the training very much focused to a bank employee specific? I think there is still a little bit more to go because of the slight gap between the domain versus what is available. For instance, now if you look at the CBS, if it's a, most of the office suites or portals available for training, but when it coming to any banking specific things like CBS, those particular transaction based training, that is not available outside. So that is one limitation. Yes.
And NFB also imparts training, Pradeep ji, as far as computer literacy is concerned?
Yes, sir.
So what would you like to say? Whether the training is really, or your bank employees will really benefit from that training, or it is too general in nature, or what are more areas which can be covered?
Actually,
Mike.
Yeah. Change them. Yes. Now is it clear? Huh? Yes, sir. Coming to training for bank employees. So definitely training is required for all the employees because as you know nowadays all the software, all the transactions. So whatever it may be, it depends on computer only. So everything is nowadays paperless. Office is there. So as we are working with for paperless atmosphere, definitely we have to do all works done by computer. And for visually impaired people, definitely they have to depend on computer. So with the help of computer, with the help of JAWS software or NVIDIA software, so definitely one person who well versed in computer, they can easily get promotion with the help of performance appraisal. So it helps him to give more confidence and helps him to get more marks in performance appraisal, so that he can go to higher level. So due to technology, many visually impaired people are promoting to higher level because of this training only. So I recommend this training is must and should for all the banking employees, and those who not learn, please learn immediately. Or nowadays so many YouTube channels are there, so many NGOs are there, so many friends are there, so many WhatsApp groups are there. So all of you, please go give more importance to learning computer and learning new things also. Thank you.
Of course, very well said. As they say, if you learn Excel, you will definitely excel, right? So these NGOs are working hard. Only thing is that the blind students must take interest and learn properly. But my question is that, and this is specifically for Khanduji, for SBI Foundation, because once they join the banking sector, SBI Foundation is the one name, but on all the banks, they train many employees. Nowadays, everybody has heard of SBI Foundation, and Khanduji has known everybody in the bank, perhaps virtually. It's true. So my question, Khanduji, is that general computer literacy is expected even before joining the banks. After joining the banks, also you impart the training, and it also covers the general computer literacy. Now, the things get complicated when we have to use the bank-specific softwares inside portals of the banks, internal portals of the banks. So how far do you think the computer training can be given on those portals, whether they are really accessible enough and you are able to train the people, or you confine your training to the general computer literacy only? Please.
Thank you, Rajesh sir, and thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So coming to the training part, as you have asked, Rajesh sir. So this is my experience, as you all know that I'll travel across India, train to many people, meet many participants and understand. So what is my observation? As you have also mentioned that many of the participants, they don't get exposure to learn the computer. That's the need for the general computer training, even after joining the bank. And if they are well trained, they have learned the computer, then definitely we can proceed. We do proceed for learning banking packages, CBS and other topics that we do. But that's the main challenge for, especially for SBI Foundation also, because when we get the list of the participants, they are not divided that who knows computer and who doesn't know computer, like what is the level of the computer knowledge. So, and duration also matters, like duration of the training is also little less, and that everybody put there in their feedbacks that the duration is very less. That's the reason the basic general training of the computer is required, because some people, those who join the bank, they are from the rural, they didn't get the exposure to learn the computer, and those who have learned the computer, definitely for them, bank, web portals and all these things that are very much required.
Yeah, but given that, yeah, it's true that many of the bank employees, VI bank employees, they're not proficient in the computer training. Friends, this is an action point. Once we join the banks, it is assumed that we know the computer very well. So again and again, just getting trained on the general computer topics will not help. Now, Khanduji, suppose you get a bunch of people in any batch who are proficient in the general computer concepts, Excel, Word, PowerPoint, all those things. So have you encountered in any bank that your training proceeds to the proprietary internal softwares of the banks and you are able to train the people on those softwares?
Yes. So
please, friends, your voice is heard on the stage. Please. Mind you, I think it's slightly important session. Yeah, please.
So generally what we do is before starting the training program, we do profiling and we understand what knowledge they have, whether they use JAWS or not, whether they are a low vision, what other assistive technologies they are using, how well they are in computer. And if we find that they all are well equipped with the computer knowledge, then we proceed for the other web applications and straight away we go ahead. This is what we design the training program.
But in general, are they accessible? The portals are accessible. Internal portal, general statement, what will you give? Internal portals of the bank.
That varies from bank to bank.
Of course,
sir.
of course.
What my experience was earlier, some banks like Union Bank of India, Bank of Baroda, they were using Finacle 7, which was not at all accessible. It was partially accessible, we could say. And there we were facing challenges. Even while doing training, initial days when we started this training in 2017, we have a Rahul Gambhir sir with us. So he was there with us to guide, and there we faced a lot of challenges for the internal portal, like Finacle 7. There are many other portals which are not at all accessible, or there are some challenges of CAPTCHA, some unlabeled buttons are there. So these challenges generally we understand first and then we impart into the trainings.
Yeah, because what happens when a blind employee encounters an inaccessible portal, he or she is in doubt whether it is my inability to navigate it, I do not know the basics or general concepts of computer, or the portal itself is not very well accessible. So person is very much confused and therefore the confidence goes down. But I think with the twin approach of enhancing the general computer competencies and pointing out the inaccessible portals and trying to make them accessible, this balanced approach will go a long way in making our working life very accessible, at least, if not very smooth. Isn't it?
Absolutely right, sir.
Yeah.
Is what I would say that accessibility should not be the charity, it should be the culture.
It should be the culture.
Yeah.
So this confusion, many of the employees, they are confused. Even I am sometimes confused whether I don't know to operate it or the portal is not accessible. So with this background, I will come now to Prashantji. That Union Access team has been doing a fantastic job in terms of accessibility initiatives, not only in the Union Bank, but once they are in the Union Bank, the entire banking industry definitely adopts them. So with the state of accessibility in mind, not only in the Union Bank, but in the sector as a whole or India as a whole, Sugamya Bharat Abhiyan is running, and accessibility has been declared a fundamental right by the Supreme Court of India. What policy changes, what innovative policy, good, unique policy changes and policy challenges you are foreseeing? Prashantji.
Right. So very good afternoon to each and everyone. I hope Josh is there. Yeah, host chala gaya. Right. So basically, yes, it's a holistic approach towards accessibility and inclusion in the banking. So it's again maybe there will be one or two change champions, change agents, and leadership who is supporting inclusion. But to run and sustain the whole efforts, you need a setup. And that is where the differentiation at Union Bank of India, where representation, presentations, advocacy, and it is determination of, I think in this morning sessions, we heard from many of the speakers about knowledge, opening doors. You yourself, you mentioned Subha ki Kirni or having windows. And sir also mentioned about recognitions. So if the people with disabilities or employees with disability in the institution who are recognized for their work, for their expertise and knowledge, and then they are heard by the superiors and the top leadership. I definitely would like to mention Rahul here, as Nikita madam mentioned, brand. So, and we have many such role models. In fact, we used to follow many such stalwarts in the field, from Harish Kotian sir to Charudatta Jadhav. So in Union Bank of India, it's efforts by employees with disabilities or employees with vision impairment to present our case, the need for the accessibility program, convincing leadership, And it is not just verbal. You have to follow with, as morning also we heard that it is in banking, it is not just using system. It is, you need to be good with communication. You need to be able to do the correspondence, letter writing, notes preparation, communication through emails, and your language. So that whole process, it was not like one night job. It was more than 10 years where talking ATM was one of the innovation, special training programs, using manuals, creating manuals, getting recognition, and then maybe convincing the leadership to have accessibility program, and then they're providing the whole blueprint to the management. We talk about a lot of things needs to be done, this and that, but how to do it, that one has to first come out with the blueprint. And that is where we were able to achieve that, to show to the management that this is how one can actually have the implementation of the program with pillars like not only just accessibility testing, but awareness, coordination, or collaboration, because finally accessibility is done by the bank as a whole, not just one department can do it, and have the right people to test, to suggest solutions. Right here also the expertise of the person, like you just mentioned about skills. I think in my journey of almost 25 years in the visually impaired welfare, or maybe in the technologies for the blind, I have seen those who are having good skills on computers with JAWS or NVDA or screen readers, or even additional technologies, not just a JAWS, using some adaptations to find the solution. For example, somehow my computer is not booting. So somebody will take out the camera, take the picture and do the OCR. What is the error? You're trying to find out and do the troubleshooting on his own. That also makes people more productive. So yes, coming back to my topic, a solution provider, and that is how the whole setup started. Then we also developed policies, IT policies, digital policy, equality policy, adding clauses in the credit card policy, debit card policy, procurement policy, and that's how the whole program started. And it's a journey we'll definitely share with you.
Definitely. What I get from this is that all the policies of the bank, be it IT policy, procurement policy, any other policy, they should have persons with disabilities also as one of the stakeholders. Like IT policy should mention about accessibility, should mention about accessible procurement, should also mention about the updation of the assistive technology. In general, they don't mention it. The kind of work you people have done in Union Access, of course, as you said, it's not an overnight job. So normative level, legal level, we do have the provisions after all the struggle. Now the policy formulation, actual last mile connectivity, what we call it, be it the circulars, be it the notifications, internal orders of the banks, we have to persist with the bank. We have to show how it is going to benefit not only the blind or disabled employees, because accessibility is about all the disabilities naturally. So not only the disabled employees, but the bank in general, how it is going to benefit, even though it may involve the monetary burden at the moment, but let us not call it a burden. It may involve the expenditure, but in the long run, how it is going to benefit the whole business of the bank, that is what we have to convince the people. Not only the legal compliance, of course, that is there, but in India, non-compliance does not attract so much penalties as in US. But apart from the legal compliance angle of it, we have to demonstrate to the bank practically the practical benefits of all these things, irrespective of the momentary sort of expenditure or burden they may feel it. Isn't it, Prashantji?
Absolutely, sir. And we have seen this change with having products, innovative products, which are accessible. And even our journey, we have done the enhancement in the user interface of some of the products, and that has really helped not only persons with disabilities, but even persons without disabilities. We have seen the comments on various platforms where they say the contrast is now better. Simple thing like one of the accessibility requirements is having the good color contrast. So that not only helps persons with disabilities, but helps persons without disability. Or what we have in our bank is something called as infographic text. What we do is those emails which are group emailers and which are only embedded with the images, because that's a practice. Many times what they do is the PPT, they take the screenshot and just embed that image into the email. and send it to the whole your internal communication. That, for example, this is the rate and whatever. But we started integrating this infographic text. That is the text on the image to be typed below the image. And now many times this is a simple solution, but in the network where there is an issue, image is not getting loaded, but our content is getting loaded.
Yeah.
So it is getting benefited by many people. And of course, as you said about the business, having name as a disable friendly bank, or there are the team who understand accessibility or to whom you can connect through different mediums is already known to the community. We got so many accounts in the bank, or maybe the transfers, people who are transferred from other bank to Union Bank of India, or we are able to use various platforms like one of this, maybe a platform or maybe Purple Face platforms, maybe colleges to showcase, and that has reached to the masses to get a lot of people inquiring and coming to the onboarding of them on the customer.
That's wonderful, because all the accessibility initiatives are not only about the disabled people, they do benefit everybody alike, disabled or non-disabled. Wonderful example of infographic text which you gave. Even due to network or image size, image may not go sometimes, but the text is percolated and information is passed on. As I'm fond of calling, I call the motor car is a wheelchair. People laugh at me. And how did you come? I said, I came through a wheelchair. They said, how? You're gone mad. You are only blind. I said, no, how did you come? A car. What is it? It's just a wheelchair. You are sitting and it's running on the wheels. So that's the perspective. That's the whole perspective. Innovation. These are all the, wonderful. Yeah, clap with the free hands. Yeah. After all, we are at least good enough to be clapped once in the session. Yeah. So, okay. So this is all about innovation. And with this innovative things, I come to Rahul. Rahul is known in the circles, in all the blind circle, banking circle. He's known for out of the box thinking. And he does the things which are out of the box. So Union Access also, he's taking to new levels and coming up with the innovative solutions. And those will benefit our work life, our personal life. So IT is innovatively used. And today, Rahul is definitely going to demonstrate something which, as I said, none of us has experienced before. So now, Rahul, please.
Thank you, sir. So I would, take you through, and I would like to continue from, where Prashant was talking about. When you innovate, when you solve the problem for persons with disabilities, you make life easier for persons without disabilities as well. Now you must be wondering at why he's saying this thing, why he's sharing this thing amongst the group of persons with disabilities. This we need to tell to persons without disabilities. But my dear friends, I have a simple submission here, that we, being staff members of the banks, are the first customers of any organization. And when we are aware that how solving the solution for persons with disabilities empowers persons without disabilities, and it will improve the user experience for everyone, your bank management, your bank teams, your bank IT teams, design teams will be convinced to take accessibility as one of the feature, one of the requirements, though now it is a compliance requirement. But the compliance tick boxes not always helps. People have to work from their heart so that innovation happens. And for that, we as persons with disabilities who bring lived experience, who face those challenges day in and day out and come up with a lot of solutions, we have to convey those solutions to our bank management. The example of infographic text, Rajesh sir very, very well said. In the rural part of the country where the bandwidth is low and image is not getting loaded, a person can quickly skim through the infographic text, which at least gets downloaded on the load bandwidth as well. A person who is using spectacles may be able to magnify that text. A person who is into branch banking but do not have that much time to draft a lot of things can refer to that text, copy paste that text in the customer communications. What is this? This is accessibility, which is not only empowering me as a person with disability, but empowering everyone and enhancing the user experience.
Okay, so few of the products that innovative products that we have come out with is the Sparsh debit card. Many of you must have heard about it. If you have not seen that, we have a booth outside, we have a stall outside, and myself and my colleague Prashant, both of us are there in the auditorium. You can get in touch with us. We would like to show that to you. Apart from this, we have enhanced the accessibility of our corporate website. When we say enhance the accessibility of the corporate website, we mean to say that the fonts are now legible. People can read the fonts. That is not empowering only my low vision friends, but empowering persons who are using spectacles as well. We have the accessible CBDC app, digital currency. Many of you must have heard about. I would love to demonstrate that as well to you when we meet in person. One of the cutting edge solution that we have come out and innovated a few months ago is the accessible POS machine. Has any one of you used a POS machine? POS machine? Point of sale? Have you used that? With sighted person. What is the problem statement you think for us being visually impaired? You have to put the card, and how do you authenticate that transaction? With the password. Are you able to enter the password? Are you able to enter the PIN? No, if it is a touch screen. Okay, and we are also not able to know the transaction amount. When we get to know the transaction amount, once the transaction is completed, right? Instead of 300 rupees, one may end up paying 3,000. Correct? So, first problem statement is that I should be able to hear the transaction amount before handing over my card to the merchant. Agreed? The second problem statement is that I should be able to enter the PIN independently. Agreed? So these are the two challenges which we have solved at Union Bank. I'll pass on back to my colleague, my friend Prashant, and so he'll demonstrate the POS machine. Can we have the other mic also? Okay, that's right.
Okay, so basically, this is a collaboration where what problem statement we just discussed. It's one of the partner organization with whom this point of sale machine we have enabled. Yes, enabled with braille and voice accessibility features. Now, basically, a scenario where we as a user will be only entering the PIN. The rest of the work is done by the merchant. Like for example, I purchased something at the shopping mall. So that machines are owned by them. They generally enter the amount and they will give you the card and they do the card insertion. So our job as user is basically to authenticate, that is to pinch entry. And of course, this voice guidance and braille will enable that entering PIN and voice guidance to know what exactly is happening. So what I'm going to demonstrate is just think I'm a merchant and you have done some transaction of say 2 rupees. This is because of demonstration purpose, or 200 rupees you can think about. So you come to the shopkeeper, the counter, and he is entering the PIN, or sorry, he is entering the amount.
Present card for 2 rupees.
Did you hear that?
Card for 2 rupees.
Please keep quiet and listen to the mic. You'll hear it.
Transaction aborted. Transaction aborted.
Okay, transaction aborted. That was the voice message.
So friends, you have to maintain silence because there is a limitation that machine has a low volume. We are trying to pass on the audio to you, but there should be silence in the room, please. Right? Thank you.
Present card for 2 rupees. Present card for 2 rupees.
Voice message repeated, present card for 2 rupees. Here I have entered amount as a 2 rupees. Now card insertion is the next step. That is generally done by the merchant.
Transaction aborted. Transaction aborted. Present card for 5 rupees. Present card for 5 rupees.
Reinitiated. Present card for how many rupees did you hear? 5 rupees. Wonderful.
Please enter your PIN.
Right. Now, here is the main feature where, of course, you can see this physically also, but we have to demonstrate from the stage. There are braille stickers used on the both edge of the POS machine, the longest edge of the POS machine. The numbers are in braille. These are the braille stickers. On my left hand side, the numbers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are 2 columns, and you can say these are around 6 rows. So this is not a 3 by 3 matrix, which is a general pin pad. Because we have enabled the accessibility in this POS machine, this is giving me a customized pin pad, right? So I will request Rahul to enter the pin. So we'll be using braille 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the left hand side and 6, 7, 8, 9, 0 on the right hand side. So that's a reference to reach to the touch area.
So I'm entering the pin.
Transaction of 5 rupees has
Okay.
failed.
The transaction has timed out. So we'll again request Prashant sir to again reinitiate the transaction.
Present card for 5 rupees. Present card for 5 rupees.
So I am entering the pin now.
Please enter your PIN. Keyboard is below. Over button.
Basically, thoda sa, because we are using our hand, so I'll just use the braille as a reference.
2 digits entered. 3 digits entered. 4 digits entered.
And now we have 2 keys which are spoken.
It's not speaking out the digits, what you're entering?
Over button boundary.
No.
Okay. Okay.
That's
Wait.
beeping sound is there.
Beep sound is coming.
Received payment on
Received
digitally pay
payment.
POS for 5 rupees. Received payment on digitally pay POS for 5 rupees.
That's very really good. Basic thing is that talking. We have known talking things right from the DOS days in the computer to the window days and now voiceover days and whatnot. But this is talking POS. So essentially a very welcome step. And when anything is talking, it is a boon for the blind, I would say. So it's definitely congratulations, Union Access team, and congratulations to us all. In fact, I would have liked to extend this session and talk to you. It was 1 hour planned session, but due to our time constraints and we are running late, so I'm afraid I would have liked to talk to Enable India and NFB also more, but due to time constraints, I do apologize. I apologize, all of you, and we will have to wind up.
Rajesh
But
sir.
any concluding remarks anybody would like to give?
Yeah,
please?
before closing the session, I would like just to talk about accessibility because like recently one very good Chrome extension is introduced for accessibility, that is Satya. Okay, systematic accessibility testing for your web application, that is Satya.
Okay.
And that anyone can do web testing with the help of this Chrome extension. Anyone, you can install that Chrome extension through the Google Chrome. And you can do, this is very good for us also, provided you should have accessibility knowledge, but this will very handy and that we can do it on our own.
So
to
for
do
accessibility
the
testing, right?
testing, yes.
We can know whether a particular website, particular portal is accessible
Any
enough
website,
or
any
not.
portal, it scans the multiple pages at the
That's
single page
wonderful.
also.
That's wonderful. So self-help.
Self-help, yeah.
But after knowing that it is inaccessible, can we fix it ourselves?
Yeah, it shows what are the errors, where are the errors, and that we can show it to our management also.
Okay, so good step in
Yeah.
the right direction. Wonderful technological step. So I thank you, all of you. I thank you, Enable India, Shri Shivaji. I thank you, NFB, Pradeep ji. I thank you, Khandu ji. I thank you, Prashant ji. I thank you, Rahul ji. And I would, on behalf of VIBEWA, I would like to present you the mementos to remember. Please, may I have the mementos so that we can present to our distinguished panelists. Khanduji and Prashantji, yes. So they have our enough memories. I do not want to burden them with more mementos. So Pradeep ji and Shiva ji, and to Rahul also, we will like to present the memento. Pradeep, yeah, please have it. Yeah, please. Can anybody please take photos? Yeah. Okay. Done. Yeah. A second one, please. Second one. Thank you. Please accept it. Yeah. Pradeep. Hanji. In fact, sorry, due to paucity of time, we could not give you enough time. So, yeah. And yeah, third one to Rahul. Yes, Rahul bhai. घर का भेदी लंका ढाई नहीं होनी चाहिए. हाँ. No, not at all. We are proud to have Rahul with us. In fact, the way he is making new grounds, breaking new grounds, all of us are proud. Not only VIBEWA, but all of us are proud of you. Yeah. So thank you again. I thank you, and without much delay, I would like to. I would request you to please take your seats in the first row. Volunteers, please help. And I would now like to proceed for the next session, which is, I call it the crux of the conference. So all of you, please be attentive, because after this session, you are going to have tea and all. So please be attentive. And this also will be a curtailed session. Otherwise, we had planned it for 1.5 hours, but now 1 hour only. And this session is called, How Do You Do? Productivity of the employees with disability in the banking sector. And here, our moderator is our secretary, Shri Mohammad Parvez. I would like to invite him to the dais. And Parvez will be interacting with few people among us only who are doing commendable jobs in their job roles. Not only they will tell about their work and how do they do it with assistive technology, with accessibility, with human support, with universal design, but they will also reflect on what more can be done and what more cannot be done. That is also important. All of you know that VIBEWA has prepared a job document on our website. That is long back, but that is a work in progress. So that work in progress is in this way, that we will interact with the people who are doing the things in their job roles and taking up new challenges. So, and how, what more can be done, how it can be done and cannot be done. What are the gray areas? What are perhaps the forbidden areas? Because we know that now SBI has come up with a promotion policy with discriminatory. They are requiring us to do certain jobs. Otherwise, we will not be promoted, like branch manager, like credit processing officer and whatnot. So they are not only the gray areas, but slightly red areas, I would say. So all these things will be reflecting. And in that, with us, our Rahul Gambhirji, of course, will be there. So Rahul, you should not have gone. You should have stayed back on the dais. So again, I'll trouble you to come. And Parvez, aap aiye, and please call the other distinguished panelists. And now I will take my seat and be silent. So friends, let us give the 5 minutes break. We will have tea and reassemble. Tea is just outside this auditorium. Volunteers will help. Volunteers will help. Please come back. No. It is not possible to be served here. It is not possible.
Only for guests it is served.
It is served only for the guests. Yeah. Participants, just 2 steps behind you. Volunteers will help. There is tea. For guests, it was served here, perhaps. So please, in 5 to 10 minutes, we will reassemble. Please do not waste much time. Thank you.
अरे यार आवाज नहीं जाती यार अरे नहीं जाती यार बहुत अच्छा आवाज आ रहा है अच्छा हाँ हाँ यार चाय वाय पिलाओ यार। चाय वाय पानी क्या आया क्या चाय अरे हमको बोलेंगे क्या अभी मंगवा रहे हैं कुछ नहीं है हाँ कौन हाँ हाँ चेयर आप इस पर बैठोगे वैसे सेंट्रल चेयर पे
Check. Volunteers, please help out all the participants.
हाँ हाँ और चेयर लगा दो volunteer।
Make sure they have their tea and they come back inside.
हाँ तो
Everyone, please have your tea, coffee. We'll have a 5 minutes break and we'll be back.
Hello.
Yes, you're almost.
Hello. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Please settle down. If you have had your tea or coffee, please settle down so that we can start our next session. And if any of your friends out, please request them to come inside. What are your challenges?
Sir, I'm orthopedical challenge, sir, 90%.
Yeah. For 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Yes, yes. So, for around 3-4 minutes. You can take 5 minutes. You can take. Yeah. बहुत ज़्यादा लंबा हो जाएगा ना, फिर 4 minutes, 1 minute का लास्ट सेक्शन होगा। इसके बाद already it is 4. Yes. So, friends, am I audible? Please say yes. Please say yes. Energy is up. Energy is up. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Just because of you people, we are so comfortable, so energetic. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, so now after tea break, we are going to have our next session, which is about productivity. In the last session, as we discussed about training, accessibility, capacity building, everything, right? So now you have learned the computer. Now you are ready to come to the bank. Okay? So you have written the exam, you have joined the bank. Now what comes? Your So we will start this session. Actually, we are trying to understand how people with a disability try to stay productive, right? So in this panel, we are fortunate to have somebody who is working on a very senior level like Nikita madam. We have Paul Mudda sir, somebody who is from Rural Bank. We have people from RBI, and we have joined Mr. Sunil sir has joined us. He is orthopedically challenged and he is from Andhra Pradesh Gramin Bank. So we will have a diverse representation, and I will start with the basic one. And we have Mrs. Surjyoti. She is from State Bank of India, and first I will request her to share her experience, what kind of job role she is taking care of, what technology she is using, and what more can be done to make people with a disability more comfortable and more productive. So Surjyoti madam, please start, and you can share your experience and insight with us. Have you got the mic?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, please.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm Surjyoti, and I have joined bank in SBH in 2009. Most of us have joined after 2009, right? Here. Yes. When we have joined in 2009, there was very little awareness on computers. We do not have awareness, and people beside us do not have awareness. So I had to work manually with my voice. So I used to guide everyone with the interest rates and all the basic things which the customer needs. Later on, we had requested the management. I work with State Bank of India later. So we had requested the management for this JAWS software, and fortunately we got it in 2012. So we had training from State Bank of India when we were in SPH by Ravichandran sir in Chennai Perambur on basic navigation and basic things in CBS. So we could learn little and we started working, but we faced many challenges. Even we have a computer before us. The basic question what a sighted person asks us when we sit in the counter, our own colleague, how do you do? How? Then we had to explain him from the scratch, what are the abilities we are having and what can we do. If the person changes again in that seat, we had to explain him from the beginning again. So I always feel that every day is a new struggle and new beginning for people like us. So slowly I had learned work by sitting in each and every counter. And I have, in this 16 years of experience, I had worked all my service in branches. I have not worked in offices. So I used to sit in each and every counter and observe what they're doing, how customers are approaching them. And I used to gain some knowledge first. And I used to go to manager every day, though he listens or doesn't listen. I used to tell that I can work on computer. I know how to do computers. And I have learned little things. Kindly assign me some responsibility. So slowly they have given me some work starting from passbook printing. And now, even today, if the branch changes again from getting software to daily work management, we have to again approach them from the beginning. So from passbook printing today, if a customer comes to my counter, if he wants a passbook, if he needs a change in his address, SIF amendments, or a transfer of his account, or something related to account opening, all the digital channels, everything, if he lost his password, if he forgets his password, related to digital banking, everything, it happens, he can finish his work in one counter itself. I need not send him to any counter. So I can manage everything from passbook printing to KYC amendments, SIF amendments, transfer of accounts, but making sure that there is a lot of what do you say, we cannot see the signature. So until unless my service manager signs on it and approves it, that is a genuine one, I take that responsibility to do that. So we all face the challenges, but how to overcome it, and we have to have lot of patience in making others to understand. And if they don't listen also, we keep quiet and we keep on enlightening them, educating them on our abilities, and grow slowly. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Jyoti ma'am. And moving forward, we have Mr. David Joshi. David sir.
David Joshi is not here.
Sir David Joshi.
Hello, yes. Good evening, everyone. अभी भी आवाज नहीं आई. Good evening, everyone. Yes, ये एनर्जी है. तीसरी बार एक बार. Good evening, everyone. अब लग रहा है जाग रहे. विबेवा, मैं हिंदी में बात करूंगा ताकि अपनी बात और अच्छे से रख सकता हूं.
David, 1 minute.
विबेवा क्या है? विबेवा क्यों है?
David, 1 minute.
जी.
David is representing one of the regional rural banks. So he will have something very different to share with you all because he is serving in rural bank, right? And he has faced a lot of difficulties recently due to his posting and his wife's posting. He will share. David, you have to share your journey, your experience, but
Yes.
I request you to please keep it short.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
तो जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं विबेवा क्यों है, विबेवा क्या है, विबेवा कैसे है, वो तो हम समझ चुके पूरे दिन में. मैं मेरी बात एक पंक्ति दोहराना चाहता हूं जो हमारे कर्नाटक के महान कवि कुवेंपी सर ने कही है. ओ नन्न चेतना आगुनी आनी केतना. एम आई राइट? वो कह रहे हैं कि हमें सभी बाउंड्रीज को पार कर देना है असीमित शक्तियों के साथ. और ये बात आज विबेवा के साथ यहां सार्थक हो रही है. हमें समझना होगा एक चीजों का कि हमें क्यों असीमित शक्तियों के साथ आगे जाना है, क्योंकि हम सभी जानते हैं कॉम्पिटिशन हमारे साथ बहुत ज्यादा है. मैं मेरी बात यहां से शुरू करता हूं. आरआरबी रीजनल रूरल बैंक, गुजरात ग्रामीण बैंक में मेरी पोस्टिंग 2021 18 अगस्त को हुई. मेरा नाम डेविड जोशी, गुजरात से. बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड केस था मेरा. मैं और मेरी वाइफ दोनों लो विजन है, विजुअल इंपेयर्ड. आप समझ सकते हो कि होम टाउन से मैं 300 किलोमीटर और मेरी वाइफ भी होम टाउन से 300 किलोमीटर, और हम दोनों अल्टीमेटली एक दूसरे से 600 किलोमीटर दूर थे. हमारा पोस्टिंग हस्बैंड वाइफ के तौर पे अलग अलग था. बहुत रिक्वेस्ट करी, मैनेजमेंट को समझाया. और रीजनल रूरल बैंक का क्या होता है, थोड़ा अवेयरनेस बहुत कम है वहां पर. ऐसा मान के चलो कि नेशनलाइज बैंक के कंपेयर में बहुत ज्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ती है. उनको समझाने में साल लग जाते हैं. कोशिश बहुत की. मैनेजमेंट पहले तो यह समझने को तैयार नहीं था कि हाउ टू वर्क विजुअली इंपेयर्ड. ये एक कड़वी सच्चाई है आरआरबी की. लेकिन मैंने मेरे मैनेजर को बिलीव कराया कि मैं काम कर सकता. आई कैन वर्क विथ कंप्यूटर. आई नो हो सकता है थोड़ा स्लोली लेकिन कर सकता हूं मैं. वो लोग कोई भी चीज मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं थी. कैसे आप करोगे, हम आपको पीसी तो दे ही नहीं सकते. लगभग 1 साल तक मेरे को पीसी नहीं दिया था. लेकिन जब दिया तब मैंने उनको फील कराया. मैनेजमेंट ने भी इस चीज को माना कि हाँ विजुअल इंपेयर्ड कैन डू एवरीथिंग. लेकिन पोस्टिंग का इशू मेरा का जो का तो बना हुआ था. फिर विबेवा से मैं 2021-22 से जुड़ा. ट्रेजरर के तौर पे गुजरात यूनिट के साथ मैं आज विबेवा के एसोसिएट हूं और कार्यरत हूं. और रिक्वेस्ट की विबेवा के माध्यम से मैनेजमेंट को समझाया और विबेवा इस काम में बहुत अच्छे से सफल रहा. और मान के चले कि ये एक इतिहास हो गया, क्योंकि 2014 से पहले तो आरआरबी में और खास करके गुजरात ग्रामीण बैंक में अभी तो 28 आरआरबी है, 43 आरआरबी है. तब तो और कॉम्प्लिकेटेड था. अभी तो मर्ज हुआ तो थोड़ा बहुत अवेयरनेस आ रहा है। अभी तो पीडब्ल्यूडी सेल भी एग्जिस्ट नहीं है आरआरबी, आप समझ सकते हो। व्हाट इज पीडब्ल्यूडी सेल, दे डोंट नो। लेकिन धीरे धीरे चीजें बदल रही हैं, उसके लिए भी उनका हम धन्यवाद करते हैं। पॉजिटिव चीजें भी हमें कहनी चाहिए मंच पर। लेकिन विबेवा के माध्यम से जो मुझे सफलता मिली, आज हम दोनों हस्बैंड वाइफ हमारे होम टाउन में, और सबसे क्रिटिकल सिचुएशन ये थी, मेरे पापा को वीकली 2 बार डायलिसिस आता है। मेरा एक बेटा है जिसको थोड़ा सा डिले स्पीच का प्रॉब्लम है, अभी इंप्रूवमेंट आ रहा है, मम्मी पापा दोनों साथ में है। तो विबेवा को मैं जितना भी कहूं, जितना भी मैं समझ सकता हूं, मेरे लिए बहुत कम है, शब्द नहीं है मेरे पास, मैं विबेवा को कैसे धन्यवाद करूं। और विबेवा जो कार्य कर रहा है, मैं आप सभी के माध्यम से कहना चाहता हूं, मैं थोड़ा इमोशनल टाइप का बंदा हूं, आप सभी से एक बात कहूंगा, जो यहाँ पर जितने भी डिसेबल कैटेगरी के लोग आए हैं, आप अगली बार जब कॉन्फ्रेंस हो या अगली बार जो भी विबेवा का इवेंट हो, चाहे कोई भी इवेंट हो हमारे से रिलेटेड, इससे भी 2 गुना संख्या में होनी चाहिए। आप अपने आप में प्रण करिए, ये बहुत अच्छी संख्या में है, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूं कि आगे और अच्छे कार्य होंगे। विबेवा में विश्वास कब आएगा, जब हम मजबूत होंगे। और हम कब मजबूत होंगे, हम खुद हमारे अधिकारों के लिए, हमारे रक्षा के लिए, हमारे सम्मान के लिए जागरूक होंगे। तो इसी के साथ मैं मेरे शब्दों को विराम देता हूं और विबेवा का तहे दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। थैंक यू।
डेविड भाई बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। दिस इज द क्लासिक केस ऑफ ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग एंड ही वाज सफरिंग अ लॉट, बट fortunately he had he was transferred to his place of preference, and now he is with his wife, and this is wonderful. And यही दिखाता है कि this shows the why such associations like VIBEWA are required, right? So moving to the next person in the panel, we have Mr. Soni Kanjirapalli. He is partially sighted and he is facing lots of challenges in his bank. Soni? So being a partially sighted, what kind of challenges people face, you will share with us. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Myself, Soni Joseph, working in Indian Overseas Bank. I'm from Kerala. First of all, the problems faced by low vision. First case is bank interprets always as they think that we are having this problem. We are not having the problem at all. Their assumption is like that. So we are not given any accessibility like Joe software or something. We are struggling for reading the screens.
Soni sir, if I'm not wrong, still you have not got JAWS in your bank?
JAWS, fully blind people, some people got JAWS software.
But you have not got
low vision people, we are not. They are not provided with JAWS software. IOB, Indian Overseas Bank. Then transfer and posting also. Transfer and posting. Initially, I was posted in Kozhikode. That is 300 kilometers away from my native place. I have fighted for long, and I joined in the bank at IT specialist officer in 2008, and I got transfer in 2014 only after a great fight with the bank. And after reaching Ernakulam, also 2022, again they transferred to Kozhikode. I went to CCPD, and CCPD judgment, I came back. I have not joined in Kozhikode. I have on leave for that period. During the VIBEWA meeting in Delhi, that time I am under transfer. Also, the not only for the low vision people, in our bank, Indian Overseas Bank, there is a particular circular for SBL, staff vehicle loan. Staff vehicle loan, we will get staff vehicle loan only for the driving license staff or his or her spouse having a driving license. Then only we will get we will get staff vehicle loan. That we have already taken as a special case for me only. They have allowed. Still that circular is there. we cannot drive with the driver, or we cannot drive with the driver or parents or our kids, etc. Not possible, because if we need a driving, we need a staff vehicle loan, we need the driving license of our own, or in our name, in the name of our spouse. Then late sitting. Normally I go from office by around 9:15 at night. I'm working in currency just IT specialist, but now posted in currency just.
So this shows that we need to do a lot of advocacy work still. Well, there are banks like Union Bank and other banks where a lot of Bank of Baroda, Canara Bank, a lot of good work is going on, but still in some banks we have more difficulties. So through VIBEWA, in coming months and coming years, we will through our advocacy we will try to things get implemented in other banks as well. Thank you, Sony. Thank you so very much.
Again, one more thing. I have prepared a detailed letter to be sent to VIBEWA, stating all the problems faced by the visually impaired people in IOB specifically. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so very much. Now, I will request Sunil sir. He is orthopedically challenged and he is from Andhra Pradesh Gramin Bank, sir. Yes, he is severely disabled and sir, please share your experience. What kind of challenges you are facing? And how do you take care of your day-to-day activities?
Sir, very good evening, respected dignitaries and my friends. Myself, K. Sunil Kumar. And first of all, I would like to say something. During my speech, I would like to use both languages as English and Hindi. So please forgive me if anyone inconvenient. As sir told, regarding my journey started in banking career in 2012. As I am not a different one, as all of we are the victims of society attitude barriers. So first day when I interview, I faced the first question: what do you do in the banking? How do you help in banking? First question, 2012. Okay, so there also I answered what So okay, after job, I played many roles, sir. First of all, my role in regional office. Actually, first I joined as a cashier. After 6 months, I wrote scale 1 exam. So I got the scale 1 officer. So hence I resigned the cashier post and then go scale 1 officer. In scale 1 officer posted me in regional office. As I have some computer knowledge, they are using only for that. But no recognition, nothing. So as a common human being, like everyone, I do have the zeal. So सब लोग मुझे भी recognize करना चाहिए. I am not a computer operator. So during journey में मैं कुछ find किया. पूरा ग्रामीण बैंक में nearly 10 years तक पूरे एक CGTMSC बोल के concept है. I think everyone have familiar with this. But in our Gramina Bank, every month, every year, fees खाली पे करते हैं, लेकिन कोई claim नहीं आया. So मैंने सोचा ये खाली इसी को थोड़ा डेप्थ में जाएंगे, ऐसा करेंगे बोल के फर्स्ट. So उसको यूज करके वो पूरा सर्कल्स पढ़ के उनसे बातचीत करके फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल 2015 nearly 2 lakhs claim लाया NPA अकाउंट्स के लिए. So both recognition आया, even the chairman say. So they asked me to train the remaining desk officers in remaining regional officer. During that time also I used the remote remote teaching apps like TeamViewer, show my BC, etc. So first 1 or 2 years is very happy 1 year. Thereafter, chairman sir asked me to come and join in IT cell at Hyderabad. So actually, my background is I am from rural. After from AP to I posted in Mahabubnagar. It is Telangana. After my posting, state is divided in 2 parts. That is some difficult for me. Thereafter, they asked me to join Hyderabad. So I requested to. It is not possible for me. So they started to threatening. We will remove you like that. So nearly 1 month I on leave only. So that time there is no this type of facilities, this type of unions. Even there may be, but we don't have that much of knowledge. So we went then general union. We requested them. This is my family situation. Recently I married. My wife also challenged person. I am not able to go Hyderabad. There is a different type of problems for me. Kindly consider. But they are not considered. After so much of fight and struggle, at fine day they given warning. We will going to suspend you like that. So let what will happen. We will see. I decided to go in law. So by God's grace, finally they cancelled their office order. Okay, but no promotion. So what I think, okay, if you are internal promotion, you are not giving, what is the problem? So I think I went another time to write the scale to exam in
Sunil,
IBPS.
Sir. Sunil, sir.
I got, sir.
Can you throw some light on what do you think such organizations like VIBEWA can play some role in the field of disability advocacy?
Sorry, please, once again.
I'm asking, what do you think, what kind of role such associations like VIBEWA can play in advocacy for the physically challenged bank employees?
In general association.
Here. How we can fix these issues? What do you think?
Okay. These issues, how will?
What challenges you are facing?
Yeah.
How we can fix those issues? What do you think? Like we are here for the national conference of VIBEWA, this association we have been working. So, what do you think? Such associations, what role they can play?
First of all, what I feel, in every bank, we have to at least one welfare association for different able. Thereafter,
that is happening after the circular issued by DFS in April 2025. In almost all the banks, welfare associations are being formed for the persons with disabilities, and but we will see what is happening in regional rural banks.
Yeah,
right?
That is
so once actually we met with the officials in Delhi of DFS. So idea is जो इंडिविजुअल रिप्रेजेंटेशन होता है उसकी बजाय अगर एक इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज्ड वे में इंटरेक्शन हो मैनेजमेंट के साथ, so that management can also get to know what are the challenges, that will be more beneficial. So that will happen in future. So do you have anything else to say, Sunil sir? Okay, thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Now I will request Muthu madam. She is from Indian Bank and she is working at corporate office level. She is senior manager. I request her to share her experience, what kind of role she is taking care of, what challenges she faces, and positive things of her bank, of course. Muthu ma'am. So if you can, throw some light in short.
Sure, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. To be brief, I joined in the bank in the year 2010 in Allahabad Bank. So for so many years, I was in branch, and after getting promoted as senior manager, I wanted to work. Actually, I specifically thought I could make more contribution in customer services. So I wanted to go to corporate office. So I tried several times. Why I'm saying here is, first of all, there was a huge challenge for me in getting into corporate office. I went, in fact, 7 to 8 times to corporate office. The problem here is the attitude, actually. See, be it in blind person or sighted person, some people might work wonderful, and some people may not be able to work due to some lack of training or something. So when it comes to blind people, they expect the same, or they think if somebody is not able to do something, everybody will be like that. And if they see a person who's perfect enough, they expect every blind people to be perfect, like a same. So this is the thing. So I felt very difficult to get into corporate office. Then fortunately, I just convinced them. I just showed them how I work, how I use computer and everything. So I joined corporate office, and now I'm handling email complaints received through nodal officer. So the complaints we receive from customers across the country. So I have to reply to the customers, as well as there is a portal to lodge. Actually, as per the RBI mandate, now we have to lodge all the complaint in the portal. Nothing should be left. So I reply to the customers as well, and I also lodge the complaints in the portal. And the challenges I face in the task is, see, we receive more number of image complaints and screenshot. So sighted people, they do in a minute. Actually, complaints we receive, for example, sometimes, in a minute, for 1 minute, we receive 5 to 6 complaints. So everything we need to screenshot, OCR, the screenshot, images. Sometimes it takes much time, and we are expected to do very fast, resolve the complaints, attend the complaints, because I handle every day more than 300 complaints in a single day. I use screen reading software, JAWS only, and we need to port the complaints. People say that I do faster than the sighted people while lodging the complaint, but that also I'm finding it difficult, because one is expected to follow the same speed, even there is a more number of complaints also. So we need to accept the challenges also. And also when we receive in other languages, again we find it difficult. So now I use Gemini. If there is a Hindi complaint or something, I use Gemini and other AI technology to translate and read those complaints. So as far as challenges I faced in my career, banking career, is the attitude of the field level functionaries or the top management. Wherever we go, we need to explain them from zero to this thing. That was the most difficult task. But in branch, when I was in branch, I did a lot of things, taking from CIBIL report, and we also can prepare a loan proposal. We can type visit report, documentation, lot of things we can do. But as everybody, says that we have accessibility, we have software, but we need to have some time, and we need these. Yeah.
I request, please, if you can conclude, because we have some constraint of time.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
So reasonable accommodation. And only one more thing, final point. Today, as Nikita madam was sharing, even like I have also faced the thing. When I got promoted as a senior manager, people actually in our north zone that time only 2 people got. So I was also one among them. People said, okay, because of seniority only she got it. So that is the attitude is present, I think, almost everywhere among people. But we just have to ignore and move further. That's the thing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much. And these are the problems, these are the challenges we all face. Do you think we all go through the same situations? Every time when new boss comes, or new manager comes, we have to explain it from the very scratch. Do you all face the same problem?
Sir, and only last half a minute, the problems we all face is whatever we do, people say we have one blind officer, what we will do? Even they take their contribution, we fully contribute, but so many a times we hear saying them, we have one blind officer. So that kind of attitude, that kind of challenges also, we all are facing, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And this is why VIBEWA is advocating for having disability sensitization training for all the general officers so that they can have some idea. It happens just because they do not have any idea. Generally, people are not, they are sensitive just because they do not have any experience. So they are not sure what people with disability can do. Next, we will have Devi Madam, and I am passing my mic to my friend, my colleague, Rahul sir, and later he will take care of this program. Yes.
Thank you, Parvesh ji. So one of the problem statement, everyone has got a different challenge and got a different experience. So you must have heard name of the David Maslow. किसी ने नाम सुना है? सुना है David Maslow का नाम? उन्होंने एक hierarchy of needs की एक theory दी थी, जिसमें there are 5 needs. To keep it short, the 4th need is self-esteem. So what we are discussing here is about self-esteem. And believe me that it is with persons with disability or without disability, all of us have similar needs. So when we convey our requirements to these able-bodied persons without disabilities, they will definitely support us. And after listening to many stories, I can say that we can try provided ticket. I'll quickly come to the next panelist in the panel, Devi Madam. You come from
Chennai, sir.
Indian Bank. So I have a very straightforward question to you. You work in a branch. So my question is, how a visually impaired person working in a bank branch is making society more inclusive? Do you think that presence of visually impaired persons in bank branches is not only, we are not only contributing to the bank, but we are also spreading a message about disability awareness in the society? Your thoughts, please.
Good evening to all. I am Devi from Indian Bank. Actually, I joined clerk at 2009. Now I am, my designation is manager. I am sitting in may I help you counter. So I'm fully satisfied because if I print that passbook, that customer says, "Thank you, madam," like that, that word boost for me. And my job role is issuing ATM card and explain the FI products like JBY, SBY, APY, and new pension scheme, and enroll in the system at that particular portal also. I'm issuing ATM card, 2 types of ATM card we are having, name card and Insta card. If the customer wants Insta card, means I assign the ATM card in that portal, then after that only hand over the card to the customer. I'm facing the problem is CAPTCHA only. I depend some colleagues, and if I give that SBY form like that, physical form we are having, so I unable to read that form. I ask our sub staff or other colleagues, they are also supporting me. And,
all right, thank you so much. And you shared what you shared. It is very much getting correlated that when we as visually impaired working at the front counters, we are catering to hundreds of people, and they see the abilities of persons with disabilities, and eventually resulting in society becoming more inclusive. Secondly, you pointed out regarding the reasonable accommodation where you're taking the help of the sub staff to complete your task. Thank you. We'll quickly move to an interesting, panelist who comes from the private sector bank. We have been listening to regional rural banks and the public sector banks. So I would like to, ask Hema Shetty ji to share what exactly she is contributing at private sector bank and how she's overcoming the attitudinal barriers that each one of us has to come through day in and day out.
Good evening, all. I'm Hema. I have joined in Vaishya Bank in 1994. At that time, there was no technology, nothing. I have joined as a telephone operator. Later, in the bank, there was a computerization. Then it was a big question for me, what I should do. In weekends, I have visited Enable India and learned computers. I can proudly say I could able to do with the other sighted guys in the computer. I'm happy for that. Now I'm senior manager in Kotak Mahindra Bank. Kotak Mahindra Bank has taken over the Vaishya Bank. But here, initially I had a challenges to explain, as everybody was saying, lack of awareness. But our bank, I can proudly say, our website and apps all are very much accessible for VIs. Internally, when there is a change of manager, reporting manager, of course, I'll face challenges. I have to explain how other people are saying. Now I am working in CREM team, it is called Corporate Realization Management. This is some kind of service team. I will fill the gap between the vendors and branches which they are facing the administrative, I can say facilitation issues like lifts and all accessibility issues. I will monitor. I make sure that there is a ramps and railings for all the branches and ATMs. I used to face problems like group mails, images I used to get. I was not aware how to go about this. Even JAWS was not supporting. I have downloaded the Outlook in my iOS. Very much it is accessible. It will read all the images. I'm very happy to use this.
Thank you so much. See, what you are highlighting is that you are identifying workplace solutions for yourself. Like instead of images, if images are not read out on the office PC, you are using it Outlook and you are using alternate way of methods.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll go to the next panelist considering the paucity of time constraints. Now we have Mr. Paul Mudda with us. Sir is an assistant general manager with the Canara Bank. And sir is part of the very important function in the organization, that is the training function. And training function is bestowed with the responsibility of building the culture in the organization. The first thing which comes from the training system is this only. So my straightforward question to Mudda sir, to you is, how through training system you are empowering persons without disabilities to effectively utilize the services of persons with disabilities as their colleagues?
Thank you, Rahulji. You have to give me 1 extra minute because I'm AGM. Okay. So I was listening to all the panel members. See, being a blind, especially visually impaired, not at all easy to work, especially in banks. That was the idea when I joined. When I joined in 1991, as I spoke to in the morning, but telephone operating was also a great job because MD, ED, CGMs, GMs, all were dependent on us. Connect with this, connect with that. We were just like God, sir. Don't mistake me. Whenever, wherever we used to go, they used to ask us help, guide us, take us wherever. But after the mobiles, phones, laptops, computers, the telephone operator is being forgotten. It has become obsolete. But we need to look forward for alternatives. That is why I'm telling about SWAT. Please take down. Yes, WOT, very, very important concept, especially in the work aspects of visually impaired and other disabled people also. See, I've been working in many, many departments right from 1991. I've already completed 35 years, right from telephone operating to credit cards, debit cards, call center in charge, operations wing in charge, marketing. So many departments have handled and been twice in the training setup. Today, as Rahul sir said, I'm in the training setup, not only teaching the normal people, but I also deal upon the other sectors of the disability also. We conduct lot of JAWS program with the help of our Kanduji, who is also here. Through SBI Foundation, we have covered 95% of our visually impaired under JAWS training program. And JAWS training program is important. I'm not telling no. We have already learned JAWS through many institutions like Enable India, my NGO, Snehadeep Trust for the Disabled, where we train and make people to be independent. But just learning JAWS is not sufficient, friends. See, as Muthu Selvi rightly put it, even if you have 20 members in the branch, if one person is blind, they say we have only 19 people, sir. We don't have 20 people. That means they're not accounting for the visually impaired at all. Because I have seen, I've gone for many reviews where we discuss about the capabilities, the KPIs, speak about the what they have done. When they come to different, they say, I have like this person, I have a physical challenge, I have a wheelchair person, their productivity is very less. But what I am trying to say, please identify what are your strengths. We don't have eyes, correct? We don't have eyes, but we have other thinking. We have good brain. We can talk well. We can move about very well with the help of cane. They say that our mobility is good, sir. We are ready to go anywhere. But I'm very disappointed to say that from 1 kilometer to another kilometer, when they are transferring you, you are not willing to go at all. When there is no flexibility, it will be difficult. So in the training program, what I am trying to do, friends, I am trying to build capacity building, identifying the weakness, bringing about the strength, identifying the opportunities, and be aware of the threats. What are these threats? The threats are we don't have JAWS. Threats are we don't have accessibility. Threats are that we don't have aids and equipments to do our own things properly. Leave alone, but you can be useful in so many ways. So I train every day almost 200 to 300 employees in Canara Bank. In a month, almost 2,000 people I train. I was also thinking how to train these people. You know, friends, not only JAWS, I go to many of the websites. I download lot of topics that I'm going to do and cut down the passages, only talk about what I should talk in the given time. So these are all very, very small things which is making a big issue. And secondly, when you are doing something good, please bring it to the notice that you are working in the branch. Although many people are putting lot of pressure on you to work, you are doing very well. You are sitting till 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the evening, completing the work, but you are not making sound. And the manager, other officers, they are taking credit of you. Similarly, you come to our training program, they say, sir, I am doing so much of work, sir, but still they are telling I am sitting idle, I am not doing anything. See, friends, I never had JAWS in Canara Bank till 2014. Joined in 91, 2014, I never had JAWS, but I borrowed what is called Tiny Talk, HAL, so many other small softwares, and I did my own thing. I borrowed softwares from other people, showed that we can also do it. Thank God now all facilities are there, softwares are there, and all skills you are getting from training. Please make use of that. Be more productive. Challenges are there. It is not only for the people with vision. Without people having nothing, they have gone ahead more than the normal people. So you have skills, you have opportunities, you have plenty of the strengths to do well in your branches, in your area of work. Please do the work, then you complain. So this
Thank
is
you,
my
sir.
small idea.
Thank you
sir.
so much. आपने 1 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा मांगा था, मुझे आपको देना था. मर्जर की वैसी बात चल रही है, क्या पता अगला अप्रेजल आप लिखे मेरा. So we'll go to I had to honor his request. So we'll go to one of the core persons who had been working across various facets of banking. She had been part of HR. She had been part of a training system. Now she's driving environmental, social, ESG cell in the organization. But I would not like to ask you, ma'am, I'm talking about Nikita, ma'am. I will not touch her banking story because all of us know that she has excelled exceptionally well in the Bank of Baroda. I would like to bring one more side of her personality, that she is an author. So she has authored a book. I would like to understand that what motivated her to write that book and how that is contributing in her professional development and as large making, culture, developing the culture of inclusion at Bank of Baroda?
Sure. Thank you, Rahul. And once again, good evening, everyone. Morning, it was morning and now it's almost evening. So, Rahul, I'm not going to ask any extra minute from you, and I'm not going to write your appraisal also. Anyways, so he asked me about the book. So, basically, my book that I have written is on a topic which is very, very close to my heart. It's about diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. We call it DEIB. And the name of the book is Mosaic, diverse pieces, one picture. Okay. Now, basically, this book, he asked me what motivated me to write this book. So, basically, this book I wrote because I wanted to, do some work, write some piece on the how the organizations can actually go for inclusion of persons belonging to diverse backgrounds, not only persons with disability, also persons from marginalized sections, women, then transgenders, etc. And my topic of PhD, the area was also DEIB with specific focus on the inclusion of persons with visual impairment. So as soon as I finished my PhD, my book was parallelly getting written, and then within 6 months, I released the book. Now, there are one or two very interesting, stories that I would like to share in short. So, and which actually motivated me to, really get deep into this work. While I was doing my PhD, as part of my research, I had floated a questionnaire to some of the organizations, not necessarily public sector banks or public sector organizations only, but overall, I had chosen some organization randomly, and around 98 HRs and CEOs of the organization participated in my survey. Okay, and very, very interesting findings came out. Now, the survey was done, the research was being written, and one fine morning at about 7 o'clock, I get a call from an unknown number. I picked it up, and somebody on the other side very, very humbly told me, Madam, I really wanted to thank you. And I said, let me know the context. So he said, last week, rather 2 weeks ago, was the happiest day for our organization because we learned about you. We learned about your survey. I participated in your survey, and getting motivated from there, I immediately decided to contact the National Association for the Blind, and we recruited 2 young visually impaired graduates first time in our organization. And believe me, friends, that day, like I was having a cup of tea in my hand, I was sitting with my mother, and I really had tears in my eyes because for me, my PhD degree was already, done at that day. I mean, I had already achieved what I wanted to, or rather, it was a beginning for me. And thereafter, I'm still in touch with the gentleman. He was a CEO of the company, which is a mid-size HR technology company having only 500 people. No DEI policy, no accessibility. I mean, कोई बहुत ज़्यादा तामझाम नहीं, कुछ नहीं. They went and they hired. Then immediately I went, I interviewed him, I interviewed those 2 young budding stars who were hired, and it was such an amazing experience. After that, 6 months later, he again called me and he said, now I want you to help us because we want to expand and hire another 10 visually impaired people. And already I think 8 of them, we helped them hire 8 visually impaired people. And now I think they want more as well. So what I'm trying to say is that there is a hope because the market is opening. And in the same context, exactly to next week on Saturday, I have been invited by IIM Nagpur. They have a conference of around 500 to 600 business leaders who are owning MSMEs. You understand what is MSME, right? Private sector companies especially. And they want me to talk about the inclusion of persons with disability. So how the companies can actually hire, and not only hire, but how they can also include. So the future really looks bright. And good news for all of you is that my book is available in e-book format also, but we are also making the audio version of it with the help of NAP Delhi. So once it is ready, because obviously it's my duty to ensure accessibility for all of you. And Rahul, if you allow me 30 seconds, the answer that I left half in the morning, if I can complete that, I think it
We'll
was
take
about...
questions at the end. We'll
Achha,
take questions,
at the
Yeah,
end.
yes.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
we know we need many more Nikitas in this country. She has been a change leader, and my personal request to Nitika ma'am would be to develop many more change leaders, mentor us, so that we can also, many people can make the difference.
Sure, definitely.
So banks work throughout the year, and once, through every quarter or every year, banks are scrutinized by the Reserve Bank of India. And we also have the Reserve Bank of India person present here, who would be the last speaker of today's panel. So I'm talking about Bhupendra Tripathi ji. He has a very amazing story, life story, a very motivating story. I wish I had time to ask him to narrate that story as well. But today, sir, my question to you is, how important it is to have right mix of KRAs and KPIs as part of appraisal system for persons with disabilities? This is the first question. And the second question, since you are from RBI, I'll ask two questions from you. So the second question is, what are your thoughts regarding including KPIs and KRAs in the appraisal system of the branch managers regarding inclusion of persons with disabilities at the workplace? त्रिपाठी सर?
नहीं स्किप करना है. अच्छा ठीक है. Okay. Thank you so much, Rahul ji and everyone. Before I answer your question, I'll just briefly go through my 10+ years of career in RBI in very short time. My first joining, we go through Reserve Bank Staff College training, and there I was the only 100% blind probationer officer. Then there I faced several challenges because we were given a lot of assignments, and every weekend there were evaluations, and we did not know how to compete because everyone else would be doing group studies in the library and all that. So those options were not really very readily available for us. Then I worked really hard and started learning how to prepare my class notes in the learning room training sessions. And then the results started coming, and I'm very happy to share with you all. I was awarded at the end of the training the Reserve Bank of India Staff College trainee with the best overall performance award runner-up. So once that award came, I was very happy, and I was looking forward for a bright career. But then my first posting as a manager was in the issue department pertaining to currency management. And then the HOD was, he's a blind officer, so, and currency management, you might be all aware that it requires a lot of vision related work. So then they were saying ki kya karna hai iske saath. So then I proactively told my HOD that why don't you allow me to go and sit with all the various sections within the department, what are the different kind of works which all the officers do, and I'll try to find out कि मैं उसमें से क्या काम कर सकता हूँ. So then he agreed, and then he allowed me to sit with other officers for like shadow officer for some time, and then I only approached my boss and said कि sir मुझे inspection and follow-up unit में रखिए. Then I used to prepare the schedule of all the inspections of currency chest in my jurisdiction, scheduling them. And then वो लोग जब रिपोर्ट लेके आते थे, तो जो पैराज चेकलिस्ट में निकलते थे, उसका फॉलोअप करना कि वो आपने compliance किया है कि नहीं किया है. So that was I was able to productively work. So
एक ऐसा डिपार्टमेंट जहाँ पे मुझे रखा हुआ, जहाँ पे मैं बहुत ही डीमोटिवेट हो सकता था, फ्रस्ट्रेटेड रह सकता था, पर मैंने उसको पूरा फ्लिप कर दिया अपने एटीट्यूड से और कुछ करके दिखाया और प्रोडक्टिवली करके दिखाया। वो मेरा पहला असाइनमेंट था। सेकेंड असाइनमेंट मार्केट इंटेलिजेंस में मुझे दिया गया और एकदम नया डिपार्टमेंट था रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया गुजरात के लिए। और मेरे लिए जैसे कोई और डिपार्टमेंट हम जाते हैं ट्रांसफर होके तो हमें हैंड ओवर टेक ओवर, इसमें ये पहली बार सेटअप हो रहा था ये सेल अहमदाबाद में। सो मेरे लिए कोई हैंड ओवर टेक ओवर सिस्टम नहीं था, मुझे अपने आप सब सीखना था। एंड इसमें भी मुझे मैंने काफी प्रोडक्टिवली काम कर पाया। और हमारे जो डिपार्टमेंट में मैं ऑपरेशनल हेड जैसा था, तो हमारी टीम को मैंने मोटिवेट करके सबसे ज्यादा एमआई विजिट्स करवाए थे। और करेंसी चिट फंड स्कैम्स में बहुत सारे लोगों को जो लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसी से लिंक करके बहुत सारे जनता का पैसा भी रिफंड करवाया था। और एक सिम कार्ड क्लोनिंग स्कैम्स भी बहुत सारे होते हैं, तो उसके कई सारे मार्केट इंटेलिजेंस हमारे पास आते थे। तो उसके लिए फिर मैंने सोचा कि इसको जस्ट 1 मिनट, तो इसको हम कैसे रूट में इसको क्लोज कर सकते हैं। तो मैंने ट्राई को सजेशन दिया, प्रपोजल दिया, और हमारे जो आरबीआई के रीजनल डायरेक्टर हैं, ओके, सो ट्राई के जो रेगुलेटर हैं टेलीकॉम रेगुलेटरी, उनको हमने प्रपोजल थ्रू प्रॉपर चैनल भेजा था। हमने उनको ये सजेशन दिया कि जो हमारा जो सिम कार्ड कोई डुप्लीकेट फ्रॉडस्टर जो नया सिम कार्ड क्लोन करके बना लेता है, तो उसको कूलिंग पीरियड मैंडेटरी कर देना चाहिए सारे टेलीकॉम ऑपरेटर्स को, और जो कि ऑन द ग्राउंड इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हो रहा है। तो हमारे आरडी को ये हमारा प्रपोजल बहुत अच्छा लगा, वेरी गुड, एक्सीलेंट प्रपोजल ऐसा लिख के मुझे नोट में दिया गया था। And it was referred to the try from RBI through proper channel, and then this circular came into light after that. And because of all these things, my name was also referred by RBI, and then eventually in that year, during that assignment, I was conferred with the Best Visually Impaired Employee of the Country National Award 2018. तो ये मुझे उस समय मिला था। मूविंग ऑन, ओम्बड्समैन में मुझे मेरा असाइनमेंट था, और ओम्बड्समैन में जहाँ से मेरी कॉल पैनलिस्ट ने बताया था कि बहुत सारे कंप्लेंट्स, तो शुरुआत में मेरे लिए भी बहुत ओवरवेलमिंग था। देन आई अगेन अप्रोच कि सर ये जो विजुअल ग्राफिक इमेजेस से में जो कंप्लेंट्स और अटैचमेंट्स आते हैं, उसमें बहुत हमारा टाइम, वी कैन नॉट बी वेरी प्रोडक्टिव, वी कैन नॉट कम्पीट विद अवर पीयर्स इन टर्म्स ऑफ कंप्लेंट प्रोसेसिंग, क्योंकि हमारा बहुत डिले हो जाता है इसको ओसीआर के थ्रू सब प्रिंट आउट लेके जैसे भी, तो और मल्टीलिंगुअल। तो फिर मैंने कहा कि मुझे रिव्यूअर का रोल दिया जाए, और फिर मैं एज ए बेस्ट रिव्यूअर की तरह मुझे स्टार परफॉर्मर अवार्ड भी फिर मुझे उस असाइनमेंट में दिया गया, क्योंकि मैं एज ए रिव्यूअर जो बाकी जो डीलिंग ऑफिसर्स प्रपोज करते थे उसको मैं रिव्यू करता था वर्क को, और उसको सुटेबली अमेंड करता था अगर उनके यस। एज ए करंट मेरा असाइनमेंट जो फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन का है, उसमें मैं फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी कैंप्स कंडक्ट करता हूँ रूरल सेक्टर्स में। चैलेंजेस मेरे को यहाँ पे आ रहे थे, कई बार आते हैं अभी भी, कि कई बार जो हमारे रिपोर्टिंग ऑफिसर्स होते हैं बोलते हैं कि त्रिपाठी जी आप कैसे इतना फील्ड वर्क करेंगे, मूवमेंट कैसे करेंगे, आपको पास्ट में पैरालिसिस हो चुका है, ये हो चुका है, कैंसर हो चुका है। तो फिर देन इट इज दैट वाज माय हिस्ट्री, इट वाज माय पास्ट। अब मैंने सबको ओवरकम कर लिया है, आई कैन मूव, हम ट्रेनिंग के लिए मूव करते हैं, आई कैन डू ट्रेनिंग, एंड अभी मैं बहुत प्रोडक्टिवली उसको भी कर पा रहा हूँ। So, and due to time shortage, I think I need to wind up. And thank you so much, VIBEWA, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Amazing story you have, and you have carved out roles for yourself. I am so glad you are here and we could listen to you. Now, I was also supposed to speak, but I will not speak, considering the time constraint. I will just show you one video, which will tell you the work we do and the impact it creates at Union Bank of India. Can we have the video, please? Our video is there.
At Union Bank of India, we believe that customers with disabilities deserve the same care and respect as everyone else. That is why we believe in empowering customers with disabilities through banking services that are truly accessible and inclusive, enabling them to manage their money independently and with privacy. Our foray in this direction began with pioneering talking ATMs in India. Today, visually impaired customers can carry out ATM transactions independently, supported by voice guidance, tactile keys, and braille labels. Going forward, Union Access, a dedicated digital accessibility program, was conceived to empower customers with disabilities to access banking services seamlessly and to empower employees with equal opportunities using assistive technologies to thrive professionally. Special training programs are also conducted to share knowledge that strengthens accessibility and inclusion initiatives. Even accessible formats of instruction manuals and inclusive trainings have also been designed to support clear and effective communication. Our accessible banking webpage lists a range of inclusive offerings along with a responsive chat service. Our Vyom app includes a screen reader compatibility and accessible user experience, enabling users to listen to on-screen content. Further, its intuitive design provides clear headings and sections, while larger fonts support users with low vision for a clearer display. On our WhatsApp banking channel, UVCon, we provide a dedicated menu for customers with disabilities. Union Virtual Assistant, our voice-driven banking channel, serves as an inclusive access platform for customers who are visually impaired. Union Bank of India enhances UPI and BBPS accessibility by integrating screen reader-friendly features into its digital platforms, like voice-over compatibility,
Exploring limitless banking possibilities.
vibration, audio feedback modes, and gesture-based navigation. For making payments, persons with disabilities can use Union Bank's Central Bank Digital Currency (CBDC), specifically integrated with accessibility features. What's more, our newly launched Enterprise Data Lake initiative will provide data support to generate valuable insights to improve accessibility offerings. Our efforts to adopt fresh ideas and innovations in accessibility have been recognized by leading forums. We continue to move forward, crossing new milestones with cutting-edge technology, confidently addressing accessibility and inclusivity challenges.
So this summarizes the work we do at Union Bank of India. And now, as a co-moderator, it becomes my responsibility to give something to the audience and summarize today's session as well. So I'll summarize this 1 hour interaction with an acronym called ACTION. Now, in action, the A means the attitude. When we hear Mr. Bhupendra Tripathi, the positive attitude he reflects to overcome the paralysis and the cancer. The C is the communication. When we hear Nikita ma'am that she writing a book, she's using the communication to overcome and to spread a word in the society. T for me is the technology. We heard friend from Kotak Mahindra Bank using alternate ways, alternate methods of technology to overcome the disability challenges. I is the innovation. As you saw the Union Bank Union Access video, we are innovating. You can also innovate, and being persons with disabilities, we innovate on daily basis to overcome the challenges we face. O is the opportunity. We have to grab the opportunity. We have to create the opportunity that we created to create a service level differentiation that Muthu created for her to create a differentiation in the branch level. And N for me is the networking, for which we are here today at the VIBEWA conference. Please leverage this network and let's act with action and make our employment more inclusive. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you, friends. This is Himanshu Sahu. I would request all the panelists to have their seat and request volunteers to help them
to take reach them to their seat. And all executive committee members of the VIBEWA requested to be on the dais, along with request Mr. V. Krishnamurthy to come on the dais to so that we can start the next session, that is on advocacy, transfer policy, transfer posting, and various other policies directly impacting the person with disabilities employees. Volunteer, please.
Or keep on sitting.
All is seated.
Yeah, the panelists they can. Yeah. I'll begin and then I'll give it to.
Yeah, we also welcome Mr. Rahul Bajaj from Mission Accessibility Team.
Thank you, Sunilji.
I
Thank you.
will talk. This is Himanshu. Okay, please sit. So I hope Rahul is available and we are audible to you, Rahul.
Yes, very much. So
Yes,
are you
yes,
able to hear me?
Yes, very much, very much. Thank you for being here. And sorry for keeping you on hold for quite some time. It was 4:30 schedule, but from the morning itself, we were running late. So somehow we have actually controlled it, but still we are half an hour, 40 minutes late. So let us wait for our another panelist, Mr. V. Krishnamurthy. Once arrived. Okay. So I'm handing over mic to our president, Shri Rajesh Ashudani, and let us start this session immediately.
Good evening, friends. Energy is still up. And this is the last session. This will also include Q&A from you at the end. So please be ready with the questions at the end. But first of all, let me welcome the panelists. This panel discussion or this session is titled Transfer Posting, Welfare Provisions and Advocacy. Last but not least, advocacy, right? I'm there with me, our Honorable former General Secretary, Shri V. Krishnamurthy ji is there. Welcome, Krishnamurthy ji.
A big round of applause, friends.
Krishnamurthy ji is the founder, one of the founders of VIBEWA, and he had led VIBEWA at the time of the first ever report. I think it was first of its kind effort, not only in India, but across internationally as well, to prepare the report, which we have duplicated now again. So, you know, all this we have talked about during the day. And with me is our General Secretary, Himanshu Sahu. All of you are well aware. And online, virtually, we have Advocate Rahul Bajaj from Mission Accessibility and Zen Law Associates. He is also visually impaired, Rhodes Scholar. A big applause for Shri Rahul Bajaj. And he now runs Mission Accessibility, which is, it takes pro bono legal cases also. They run a weekly helpline on every Thursday, as well as the cases through Zen Law Associates also, along with Mr. Amar Jain. Both of them are the pride of our visually impaired community. So Rahul, welcome again. And we will be discussing the various provisions, which are rights and entitlements, particularly about the transfer, promotion, and like special casual leave, well, other welfare measures like assistive devices, along with the advocacy angle. Provisions, our GS Shri Himanshu Sahu, what are the on-ground findings, the lived experiences gathered through the report, as well as welfare provisions, Shri Krishnamurthy ji will be telling, but their advocacy angle, I will be discussing how we can implement those provisions on the ground, enforce those provisions, whether they are enforceable by nature, whether they are rights or mere entitlements, whether they are mandatory or merely recommendatory, and if they are not implemented in a bank, what can we do? So I would like to start with the advocacy part of it because the provisions we will be coming. Rahul ji, suppose there are many instances, and there are, through our reports, we know that almost all the government provisions, right from the reservation in the recruitment, to the reservation in promotion, to the exemption from transfer, to the non-discrimination in promotion, all the things, they are there on the statute book.
Right.
They are there even in the circulars of ministries. But we don't experience them 100% times, all the times on the ground in our working life. And this is because of the 2-3 things. Number one, the last circular by the bank is not issued. Like State Bank of India has still not issued the 10 days special casual leave circular. State Bank of India is doing discrimination in their promotion policy, against which we are fighting. And many such instances can be gathered. So what I want to know is that what to do when a provision is there in the statute book but not on the ground. How to translate it from paper to the lived reality. Rahulji.
Yes. So thank you very much, Rajesh sir, at the outset, for giving me this opportunity. And I'm sorry I could not be there with you in person. But it's particularly an honor to share the stage with you because, you know, you've guided and mentored me over the years, right from the time I was a law student. So to come to your question now, see, what we find in the work that we do at Mission Accessibility is, you know, one important starting point for advocacy within any organization is having a grievance redressal officer, an effective grievance redressal officer, because under Section 23 of the Act, all public sector organizations are to have that. So if that is there, then that's the level at which the issues ought to get resolved. But very often, either the officer is not there, or even when it's there, when he or she is designated, people file a complaint to that officer, but nothing comes out of it. Because the equal opportunity policies are also supposed to be made and gotten registered with the disability commissions. But that is also not, and also published on the website, but that also does not happen. So then the second step becomes to approach the disability commissioners. If it is a nationalized bank, then you would approach the chief commissioner, and otherwise, if it is a state level bank, then you would approach the relevant SCPD with your issue. Before that, obviously, the effort, I mean, I'm assuming because everybody would first like to try and get it resolved administratively, right? To go and meet the concerned officials to try and persuade them. But it's only when that does not work out that the problem arises. So then in that situation, I'm saying that first is GRO, second is Disability Commission. Now, insofar as the disability commissions are concerned, while of course one good thing is that you know you can, for CCPD for example, you can just go to their portal and file a complaint. It's not like a traditional legal process where you need a lawyer who needs to vet everything and you need affidavits and all those things. So formalities are less. But of course, they have their own constraints in terms of how many cases they are able to process. So therefore, it takes time sometimes for issues to get resolved. And the other issue, obviously, is of ensuring that these bodies are taken seriously. Because even under the statutes, they are only given the power to issue recommendations, which an authority can give reasons to refuse to comply with. One example being, you know, SBI's promotion policy issue, which you people had taken up initially before CCPD. And CCPD had clearly told the bank that no, in order for SBI officials to be promoted from scale 3 to 4 and 5, you need to ensure that you redesign the promotion criteria for these people so that, you know, things that they cannot do, for example, working in a branch, that is not, they are not penalized for that. But the bank refused to comply. So which is where then you need to go to the High Court and Supreme Court to get the recommendations enforced, or where there is inaction at the level of the Disability Commission. And for that, obviously, pro bono legal aid becomes important, or, you know, affordable. Even if it's not pro bono, it shouldn't cost lakhs of rupees that people are not able to afford. Um, so that's really the kind of, you know, advocacy we need to keep doing And that admission accessibility, at least we are trying to do when these kinds of instances come to light, individual instances. The other suggestion I would have, because I have been listening to your deliberations since morning on and off, in terms of the recommendations that flowed from the report which you, or the findings also from the report which you came out with. So some of these things can definitely also be taken up by way of a PIL, because you were saying in the morning that the ministries are not responding despite your best efforts. So
Yeah.
how do we make sure that our voice reaches them? So I find that unfortunately the court process often becomes the only way through which that can happen. So those are some initial
Yes,
remarks.
yes. Wonderful, Rahul. Essentially, you are suggesting a three-step advocacy procedure, friends. What Rahulji is saying is that, first of all, we should take it up internally with the bank, like grievance redressal committee, GRC, GRO should be there. If it is not there, it will be set up. I have that experience. I wrote to my local HR people in RBI Nagpur that please make the things accessible. I wrote to the Nagpur Grievance Redressal Committee. It was not in existence. I knew. As soon as they got my mail, they set up the committee. Because not having it is not the option, right? Legally, they have to have it. Then the letter came that yes, your application is received. GRC has been set up. The circular came, GRC is set. Initially, it was not there. So my application achieved this at least. Then, of course, they forwarded it to the central office because locally they could not do anything, right? So instead, at least it could not be made accessible. The things were not made accessible, but at least the local GRC was set up, right? So first step is to take up the things at the internally at the bank level. If they are not resolved, then commissioners, chief commissioner for persons with disabilities and state commissioners for persons with disabilities. Yes, of course, there are some limitations recommendatory. And a third thing is judiciary, knocking the doors of judiciary. But of course, it is easier said than done. But we have mission accessibility. We have other organizations through which we can. VIBEWA is also fighting some legal cases. So these are the things. And as I'm very pleased to note that Advocate Rahul Bajaj has been listening to our deliberations from the morning itself. Oh, how big a thing is it, my friends? We have invited him as a panelist in the evening session, but the link was there and he has been listening into our deliberations and the suggestion of PIL. Definitely VIBEWA will think over it because our recommendations are very much there, but ministries are not at all paying heed to our like 31 parameter matrix and all those things. So this is the broad way in which we can approach the advocacy. Now we will go to the individual issues, and Rahul, I request you to be there for some more time because from time to time we will be discussing this advocacy angle and some prominent cases also. So now I would request Himanshu ji to say something about the provisions relating to transfer and promotion, and not only the provisions, but the lived experiences as they come to us through our members and through our report. So Himanshu ji. And then advocacy angle also we will see.
Yeah, once again, good evening, friends. Himanshu Sahu this side. So this is a very important point of the today's overall discussion, which actually impact us directly on an average. I can tell you that if I receive 10 phone calls regarding different issues of our members or even non-members, but person with disabilities employed in banking industry, out of 10, 5 tell me the same thing. Sir, we have been posted other than the place of our choice. So this is a very common case. And this is the ground situation. And the pretext of these transfers and postings are 2 to 3, the prominent one, and there are some hidden one also. Number one, what the guidelines says? There are guidelines. There are guidelines of Department of Personnel and Training, which inter alia has been forwarded by Department of Financial Services to all public sector banks, regional, rural, means all banking ecosystem of India, and even to the RRBs. But exactly what happens? First of all, these all things should be included in the equal opportunity policy as per the Government of India guideline, Ministry of Social Justice guideline. let us forget about the existence of these clauses in the equal opportunity policy. Many of the banks, including my bank itself, has not issued, sorry, it has issued. Indian overseas bank, like old banks, have not issued any such equal opportunity policies. So this is also the case. So if it is not there, then how you will come to know what are the actual guidelines? So we need to refer to the Government of India circulars, and the circulars prominently say a person with disability should be exempted from routine, rotational, promotional transfer, and they should be kept to their home place, or their choice of posting should be ascertained while taking any such decision. So along with this, there is a very complicated, or you can say a little bit tricky line, that is subject to administrative exigency. And on the garb of this subject to administrative exigency, number one, transfer and means uncomfortable transfers or undesirable transfer of PWDs are being done by banks and by banks management. That is one thing. Second thing, nowadays it has been come in fore that as per CVC guidelines, all officers who are on sensitive post should be rotated every 3 years, and the clerical staff should be after every 5 years. And this correlates with the job mapping of the person for the person with disabilities in each bank. Whether a sensitive task should be assigned to a person with visual impairment, and if it should be assigned, what should be the percentage of disability based on which they can be assigned such responsibilities, and on which all support system need to be provided to them. These all guidelines are not at all anywhere. Things are created in such a vague manner that in the, like as I said earlier, garb of these vague rules and regulation, field functionary execute this transfer and posting as per their wish and whims. So that is another thing. So CVC guidelines are also a challenge, and we have been working on both these areas. I will tell you later on that what steps we have taken and what suggestions we have forwarded to Department of Personnel and Training, Finance Ministry, and Ministry of Social Justice and other departments. Third one is, like there is a prevalent scenario realized in last 3 to 5 years, and especially in case of certain banks, that they pick persons with disabilities who are partially challenged. Like suppose 40-50% blindness, 40-50% one hand or one leg, or minor A, like that 50-70% of hearing hard. So they pick those people and they devise their own mechanism. And it is my personal experience while talking to the liaison officer of a reputed bank. In fact, let me tell you all, it's Indian Overseas Bank in year 2022. They had done a mass transfer of 40 disabled people, and within 24 hours of the VIBEWA intervention, what intervention we made? Very first, we wrote them a very strong mail referring them all the existing Government of India guidelines, marked copy to the Department of Financial Services and Ministry of Social Justice, had a talk with the Chief Liaison Officer of that bank, and even talked with the Ministry of Social Justice, Department of Empowerment for Persons with Disability. Impact was within 24 hours, all those 40 orders were repealed. But the new experience I learned that what all excuses, what new clauses a management can create. The clause was that we have not transferred severely disabled people. We have transferred partially blind or orthopedic challenged people, like 40-50%. I asked them, does Constitution or does RPWD Act allow you to do that? Does it differentiate between 40%, 50%, 80%, and 100%, or does it simply talks about benchmark disability? So they did not have any answer of that. So these all things are there. Generally, for these reasons, transfers and posting are being done on the whims of the management. And despite the government of India clear-cut guidelines, but there are certain clauses, they are also on which basis they are actually misusing the original essence of the letter and spirit of that circular is not being followed. Now,
let me discuss this point with our legal expert. Right. So as far as transfer is concerned, there are provisions for exemption from the rotational transfer or the routine transfer. It mentions rotational transfer, subject to the administrative exigencies. As far as possible, the persons with disabilities should be posted at the place of their preference. Again, another clause states optimum productivity, where they have achieved their optimum productivity. All these guidelines are there. Now, as far as possible and subject to administrative exigencies, these are the cloaks which the administration uses, and in the garb of these, they transfer them out here and there sometimes. Now, after our report, VIBEWA has given a suggestion. We have given a suggestion. Okay, subject to administrative exigencies. But this administrative exigency should be duly recorded in writing so that it becomes justiciable. It does not remain arbitrary. At this point of time, it is arbitrary. When they say subject to administrative exigencies, the court will very much hesitate in going into the administrative exigency, that what is the administrative exigency, unless the judge is very sympathetic and very pro disability rights. Isn't it, Rahul?
Yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely. So this is, you're absolutely right in the sense that because the one school of thought which the judges have is that, we cannot get into the everyday management or administration of a bank. So therefore, we won't get into what this means. But one good thing is now, in the last couple of years, at least two very progressive judgments have come from the Delhi High Court. One was in a case called Bhavneet Singh versus Arcon Infra, where they have said that, administrative exigency, there has to be some objective basis for it. It cannot just be a bald government where you are saying that there is some, because here what had happened is it was not in the context of banking, but here there was a person with a locomotor disability who was sought to be transferred from Delhi to Chhattisgarh, if I am not mistaken. And they had not come out with any proper justification. They had just said that we need his skills there, and he would be the best person. But no objective material was given, no basis was given. So therefore, the court said, no, you can't just give a bald government like that. And another recent case is it was in the context of a caregiver. So this protection is not just there for people with disabilities, it's also there for their caregivers. So here was a parent of a person with a disability who has uh, muscular dystrophy. And it's not even a child, actually. The person is 30 years old, but he needs somebody to be there, his caregiver to be there, because even for small little toiletry needs, etc., he may require support from time to time. But his father, who works in the border security force, was transferred from Delhi to Silchar. So we had taken this up in the High Court, and the High Court actually set aside the transfer. Normally, they don't to go that far, but they set it aside. And they said that you post him back to Delhi. If you have any administrative exigency, then you record that in writing. And even then, you transfer him to a place where good medical facilities are available so that he can look after his son. So
wonderful. So if it is made, the provision is made like the subject to administrative exigency, and always whenever a disabled person is transferred or the caregiver is transferred, that administrative exigency must be recorded duly in writing.
Yes.
So it will automatically become justiciable then.
Absolutely.
That's what we think. And second thing about the transfer, about the CVC guidelines, which Himanshu pointed out, is that many a times persons are transferred sometimes within the same district, but for a disabled person, even within the same district, maybe 10 kilometers, 12 kilometers away, it makes a difference, right? So CVC guidelines say that a person holding the sensitive posts
have to be transferred every 3 years, I think, without any exception. Now, lately they have introduced this phrase, without any exception. So under this phrase, the PWD are also transferred. But here the catch is that it should be only the sensitive posts. Now, perhaps there are some instances we are getting where, as a matter of rule, all are transferred, sensitive or non-sensitive. So that I think can be strictly challenged, easily challenged, that only you transfer the persons holding the sensitive posts. But now, when it comes to the persons with disability, even if they are holding sensitive posts, some cognition should be taken about their support systems and their optimum productivity, and something has to be devised. So what do you suggest we can devise for either we cannot say that
So
total
when we
exemption from the transfers, but something has to be devised. So what are your views about that?
So just so I understand this better, when you say sensitive posting, could you give me an example of what kind of post you
Yeah,
have
in
in mind here?
banking, there are two, they have categorized, some posts are categorized as sensitive posts, like particularly those who are handling the financial transactions, like credit officer or maybe the forex officer. So there is a list, there is a definite list in any branch, any bank office, that which posts are sensitive. Generally, particularly the civil blind people, generally will not handle those sensitive posts, but sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. And then it
Understood.
becomes tricky.
Understood. So to answer your question, I think even in such circumstances, as you were saying, a dialogue would be important with the employee concerned to inquire, number one, what are their accessibility requirements? Would they be met wherever the person is being transferred to? Number two would be medical requirements, because for some disabilities, there is an ongoing medical assessment or not assessment, actually treatment that the person keeps undergoing. And people have fixed doctors or hospitals that they are consulting, so it needs to be ensured that that is not disrupted. Um, so all these things would need to be accounted for at the time of the transfer, even if it is done to a sensitive for a sensitive posting, because this is the mandate of the RPWD Act itself, that in matters of preference in posting and transfer, preference has to be given to persons with disabilities in posting and transfer, which section 20 into bracket 5 of the Act says. So these guidelines, which I take it are executive instructions, also need to be in line with the Act.
Yeah. So we can praise for this thing that even the CVC guidelines, while implementing the CVC guidelines, the disability should be given its due place, and it cannot be overridden by the CVC guidelines. It has to be harmonized. Disability and CVC guidelines have to be harmonized, and disability concerns cannot be overlooked to further the CVC guidelines, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So, of course, it's a delicate matter, but we have to take an informed and well-reasoned stand so that the CVC guidelines are also not nullified in the case of disability, but at the same time, disability is also given its due, and medical needs, support needs, all they are taken care of, right?
Definitely.
And would you like to say anything about promotion, as you are handling your VIBEWA case also about SBI promotion and other things also? So any take on that?
So in the context of promotion, I can tell you a little bit about the kinds of matters that we are getting. One, obviously, is where the criteria themselves are designed in such a way that somebody with a disability may find it hard to meet. So it's not as though somebody is openly saying that, I will discriminate against you because you are disabled, or I won't give you promotion. But the very sort of steps that you need to climb up the ladder, those steps themselves are not designed in an accessible manner, in a way of speaking. So that becomes one issue. The other one, I am in the context of banks, although it hasn't come up till now, but for me at least, but I'm getting a number of cases where now you are aware that reservation in promotion has to be given retrospective effect from 30th June 2016. In that, there is a DOPT OM of 28 December 2023. So in various public sector organizations, what is happening is that they weren't doing reservation and promotion at all up to that point. Like they didn't know that they have to do it retrospectively. And now then after the orders have come, they have then set up, departmental promotion committees, and then certain irregular, because many organizations don't properly maintain their reservation rosters. Because ultimately reservation has to be based on rosters that you are maintaining. So because of that, a lot of irregularities occur where some people get promoted to the same post twice, others get left out. So these kinds of issues are arising. So it's very important to know that you have that right to obtain promotion with effect from 30th June 2016, even in Group A posts, up to the lowest rung. And accordingly, make sure that whichever bank you are working for is giving you that notional promotion and seniority.
Here some clarification is required, Rahul.
Yes.
2016, we are entitled for the reservation in promotion till scale 1, right?
Yes, yes.
And 2022 onwards, they have begun implementing it.
Yeah.
Now, the person who should have got the promotion call at least for to appear for the exam in 2017, 18, 19, 20 or 21, they did not get the call or they were not selected, suppose. Now, how can they take it further that they would have been selected if there was the reservation in promotion, hypothetically, and now that it is retrospectively being implemented, so even if they have not qualified in the exam or not appeared for the exam, have they to be promoted?
So here the idea of notional seniority would come into play. Now the way that would work is that after this OM of 28 December 2023, for example, the case that I am dealing with, which was yesterday listed in CAT, was in the context of the BSNL, wherein they held a limited internal competitive examination, LICE, for promotion to be effectuated, notional promotion, because obviously now you cannot go back in time and actually be promoted from then. It will all be on a notional basis in terms of what seniority and pay you get. It will have a cascading effect. So from that perspective, they are conducting competitive exams or holding DPCs to give notional promotion with effect from that earlier date, because 4% they have to do. So accordingly, they need to then, because back then when they were doing, they may have been doing it in a general category perhaps, because the banks didn't know that they have to do it as per 4%. But now they need to have that in mind. So let's take an illustration, right? Let's say that there are 200 posts for a particular 200 vacancies rather, for promotion from say scale 3 to scale 2. Now scale 2 is also within the lowest rung of Group A, right? It won't be hit
No,
by
reservation up to from class 3 to only scale 1.
Okay.
Class 3 to scale 1. Scale 1 to 2, there is no reservation in promotion.
Very well. So for instance, let's say that if there are 200 vacancies in scale 1, now you have to ensure that 8 out of those are reserved for persons with disabilities, 4%. So therefore, in your competitive examination, after you select the list from that, you need to initially have an extended zone of consideration, which is 5 times the number of vacancies. So then accordingly, they need to rework all of that and give it notional notional understanding.
But those 8 vacancies say they were not reserved in 2020. Suppose the exercise was in 2020.
Right.
So now what?
But back then they may not have done it, but now they will need to, in the sense, redo that exercise. In the sense, the able-bodied people who have already been promoted, they won't be getting affected. But for persons with disabilities, they will need to set up a fresh DPC to give that notional
So for the 2020 panel year, now they will have to do it and select the 8 disabled people.
Yes,
right?
yes, absolutely.
Okay. That's a wonderful opportunity for bank employees also. You say that bank cases are not coming to you, but they will start coming to you after this session.
Yes. For reservation and promotion, definitely, yes.
Isn't it? Yeah. So this is wonderful things about promotion coming in. And first thing, as you told, soft discrimination. The criteria are like that. They are the criteria are set up that like SBI is doing, and mandatory assignments. So the analogy,
the fruit will get the person who can climb the tree, whether it is a fish, goat, cow, or ant. Whosoever climbs the tree will get the fruit, right? So about this is about promotion. Before going to the welfare measures, I will go to Shri Krishnamurti ji. He will tell us about special casual leave and other things which are welfare measures. But first, let me get clarity that what we call welfare measures like special casual leave or preference in the staff quarters or assistive devices, apart from the assistive technology, some assistive devices also, are they rights? Like accessibility is a fundamental right. Transfer promotion, they are legal rights. But what about welfare measures? Are they just there or they are considered as legal or fundamental rights? And are they enforceable or what we can do about them?
Is that for me?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. See, this is a tricky question in the sense that concessions, for example, normally cannot be insisted upon as a matter of right. That is a legal principle which courts abide by. For example, if we are talking about, say, concession on GST in the context of purchase of cars, the traditional view would be that you cannot insist on it as a matter of right. But in terms of things like special casual leave of 10 days, one would need to see the specific circular to see how it is worded. Does it say shall or does it use the word may? Now, in the context of exemption from transfers, for example, I can tell you, earlier the view for that also used to be that it is discretionary, the organization can decide. But now courts have become much more stern to say that no, unless there is administrative exigency, you cannot do it. So, like in that way, one would need to, see, for example, if you are talking about a special conveyance allowance which is to be given, it can very well be argued that this is a kind of positive discrimination or affirmative action measure that you must undertake for a person with a disability. Because under Article 41 of the Constitution also, which is of course not enforceable in the Constitution, we have the directive principles of state policy, but they are fundamental in the governance of the country. That is what the Constitution says. So from that, it follows that some amount of positive discrimination is required. So that kind of an argument can be made, but it would need to be seen the specific language of a given circular.
Yeah, then only we can decide whether it falls into the rights category
Yeah.
or just it's a provision which is recommendatory.
Correct.
So that is of course. Now, Krishnamurti ji, I would request you to throw some light on the welfare measures, which as a rule should be there in the banks, but of course they are not there in all the banks because language used sometimes is very vague, like SCL, like quarter preference, like assisted devices and any other things. And special convenience allowance, actually it's sort of a gray area, but as Rahul ji has said, it is, we should consider that it is mandatory in nature and it has been there for long and there are many other arguments for that. But please throw some light on the welfare measures, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Welfare measure consists of two things. One is financial and non-financial.
Voice.
Mic, sir. Yeah. The welfare measures for the staff consist of two factors. One is the financial, another is the non-financial, like leave and others. And for this also financial also, there are two type of things. One is budget allocation is that. So out of the bank's net profit, 3% subject to a maximum of a certain amount has to be given as a staff welfare. In that staff welfare, a portion will be given for the persons with disability. Another thing, generally, the banks will be giving financial concessions in the form of housing loan and other things. In that also, persons with a disability will be having a share. As far as the non-financial is that, persons with disabilities are enjoying two benefits. One is casual leave for the medical purpose. Without giving medical certificate, just by giving declaration, we can enjoy 4 casual leaves, which cannot be carried forward. both the leaves cannot be carried forward. Another one is 10 days for attending this type of conferences organized by the benefits of the capability building of the disabled people. This most of the banks has implemented, and I think certain banks yet to implement. So this we can quote the government guidelines and we can seek for this one. Many banks are implementing in their HR packages. Just we can go and click and get that 4 days leave. And for this 10 days, we have to give a declaration, such a conference we are attending, and we have to get the permission, and we have availed. This is one part. Coming to the financial part, there are things, these differ from bank to bank except special conveyance. Special conveyance is the most important thing for the persons with the disability. After a long fight, we were able to get only 600 rupees. Whereas the government guidelines for the government employees, it's double the times of the normal conveyance allowance. We are not able to get it. Only the good thing in Bank of Baroda, the realistic conveyance allowance is given, even up to 10,000 rupees they are giving. Depends upon the distance between the residence and that workplace. The Bank of Baroda gives different slabs, 1,500, 2,500, like that they are giving. In all other banks, it is pegged to 600 rupees, but this is most important thing for the disabled people, because this 600 rupees for a visually challenged people or a wheelchair person, you imagine, it is 1 day's expense. If we have to travel some 10 kilometers, for 1 day we have to pay 600 rupees. So this area we have to work upon, we have to get the pattern as in Bank of Baroda, sir. This is one point. Other staff welfare things, there should be a flexibility and uniformity. Bank to bank, it differs. For many banks under the staff welfare, they are giving 100% reimbursement for the purchase of the assistive devices, not in the office use, but for the personal use. But in that also, there is no flexibility. See, for example, in Canara Bank, it was a guidelines that they will give assistance for the disabled people under the 3 categories, only for the 3 purposes. For the visually challenged people, they will give 3,000 rupees for purchase of the spectacles. For the hearing impaired, they will give some 10,000 rupees for purchase of the hearing aid. For the orthopedically person, they will give some 8,000 rupees for purchase of the crutches. There is no flexibility. Then we asked the question, a person totally blind, what is the use of purchasing a spectacle? A person totally hearing impaired, for hearing aid will not work for him, but you are giving 10,000 rupees. Like that, we argued, we struggled for some 6 years. After that, the bank has relaxed for the visually disabled people, any assistive devices like spectacles. Like that, they have changed. Now they are giving, it is in the cycle of once in 3 years or every year. For the visually challenged, every year they are giving 3,000 rupees. For the hearing impaired, once in 3 years they are giving 10,000, and for the wheelchair also. So like that, assistive devices the banks has to give with flexibility. That is the most important thing. Another thing, the most challenge is the health issue. Many banks are giving for the medical checkup reimbursement once in a year. A person after the age of 40 or 50 years, they can go for a medical checkup with him or with his spouse, like that one. But disabled people needs a continuous medical care. So irrespective of the age, every year, once they are recruited in the bank, because the preventive mechanism is very, very important. For that, medical checkup is the most important thing. So for the medical checkup reimbursement as a part of the staff welfare to be given for the persons with disability from their joining, because that only prevent the further deterioration of their disability. Like that, treatments also, of course, the bank is having the health insurance policy, master policy, certain treatments after the admission, they will be giving the reimbursement or cashless policies. But persons with the disability needs special treatments, either for eyes or for the orthopedical. They need some special treatment, and also they have to travel to different places where they cannot get that medical facility at their locality. Suppose for Ayurveda, particular treatment for this neuro problem, they have to come to Kerala. So they have to travel from Delhi to Kerala. So these travel and these type of treatments should be covered under the staff welfare, and it has to be also reimbursed. Like these things has to be given. Then next thing is the social life. The most challenge the persons with the disabilities are facing is the social life. Many of the persons with the disability are not able to get suitable partner. So this gap has to be filled. For that, some family allowance, special family allowance can be given for the disabled people to make their life somewhat little easy. And also, persons with the disabilities are having children. Most times, both the husband and wife will be the disabled persons. So in that case, taking care of the children will be a very, very challenging one. Suppose you imagine both the husband and wife are visually challenged person and they are having a children. How to take care of them? How to manage their house? So that needs some special additional expenditure, because staff welfare means to make the employee comfortable, easy, and at par in the social life. For that only the banks are giving even for the furniture allowances or purchase of the furniture, car loan, like that one. So the family life is most important thing. So for take care of the children of the disabled people, or if a person is not able to get married, they are bachelor. So for them, some person has to be there to take care of them. So they should be also given some allowance for maintenance or take care of this one. And human assistance is required in their normal life. So for that, some kind of a compensation can be given. So these are all the wide areas we have to think with more flexibility, both under the 3% net profit fund allocation and in the normal banking budget also it can be taken care, sir.
So thank you, Krishnamurthy ji, for giving us a broad overview of the various welfare measures, budgetary as well as non-budgetary, requiring separate sometimes the budget for the disabled as well as through the normal funds also. Like I'll tell you now, Ministry of Finance, DOPT, MSJE and Ministry of Finance, they have issued a circular about the assistive devices, which says that banks and other institutions also can provide the assistive devices to the persons with disability, and the ceiling they have kept is 10 lakh rupees, friends. How much? 10 lakh. That is a very welcome measure. Now, the crux of the, and they have said that the budgetary provision will be from the bank's funds itself. No separate budget. Whatever you are spending, you allocate the funds from that also. Now, but the crux of the matter is that it is not the matter of right. Welfare measures are discretionary. One bank will do, another bank will do something little,
something different, like Bank of Baroda 10,000 is giving, and some banks are not giving even 600, right? Which is mandatory special convenience allowance. So here comes the role of associations like VIBEWA. Here comes the role of associations which are mainstream officers and staff associations. They have to impress upon the management of the bank that persons with disabilities do require welfare measures. Normal staff also requires welfare measures, but persons with disability, they have the disability and they require something more. This socialist spirit has to be imbibed in them, has to be revived in them. Unfortunately, this democratic socialism is vanishing from our country. We are becoming more and more capitalist, but these welfare measures, they can be advocated, if not the matter of right, yes, as Rahul has rightly pointed out, but they are there. We can praise for them. We can introduce new measures. So this negotiation, only the associations can do. If you go to the court of law, they will say, no, that is discretion of the bank. They may or may not have funds. They may abolish a particular welfare measure. That can happen, isn't it? So friends, here is the role of associations. And now, just by way of concluding remarks, before we take up a small Q&A, today there will be a small Q&A because we have exceeded our time. Only 15 more minutes we can stay here. But before that, just Rahul, I'll get back to you. Any concluding remarks, Rahul?
No, sir, I think just 2 or 3 important things I would say is that, one is never be tolerating of injustice or accepting of injustice in the context of wherever you are working. So, for example, if they are not providing you a screen reader, you must raise your voice against it, because somebody mentioned earlier that, they were not given a screen reader for 20-25 years and yet they did the best with what they could. And back then, the law was not that strong. And I mean, I understand the importance of doing the best with what one has. But these are legal entitlements that we have. So we must, fight for them in case we are not getting them. One case that I want to bring to your attention, which we have been doing against Indian Overseas Bank, which is one of the worst performers, top 5 as per your own study, is,
And
in
Rahul
the
is fighting the case of Rahul.
Yes. Yes, a case of Mr. Rahul Kumar in the context of the bank refusing to even give him a screen reader for 3 to 4 years, which only when we went to the High Court did they actually end up giving it. And even then we said to the court that, it should be ensured that till the time that he's working in the bank, the screen reader he continues to have. Because just giving it now under the pressure of the court will not do. So therefore, if you do come across these kinds of instances, do flag them. Is all I'll say. I do keep sharing weekly updates of the judgments in all the VIBEWA groups also. So I hope that's also something that gives you an idea in terms of what kind of rights we can fight for. So,
but how easy is it? I mean, I should not be asking only you this question, but I will ask Himanshu ji also and Krishnamurti ji also by way of the concluding remarks. How easy is it for a bank employee to do advocacy against the employee? Because unfortunately in India, we follow the adversarial litigation approach. I am right, you are wrong. So how easy is it, or how easy we can make it for an employee to wage a fight or struggle against the employer? Rahul, any views about it? And then Himanshu ji and Krishnamurti ji by way of concluding remarks.
No, I completely appreciate what you are saying. I mean, I think it is extremely difficult, which is why I think the first effort has to be to sort of amicably tell them that this is something that is that the law guarantees. You don't even need to cite judgments etc. in your representation. You can just distill all of that into sort of a simple language which they will understand. But while negotiating with them, do have that confidence that this is something which the law guarantees to you. It's not some handout that you are asking for. Not saying unnecessarily get confrontational or aggressive, But having that mindset is important. But still, if they are not providing and it's becoming unsustainable, then obviously one is left with no option but to opt for legal advocacy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Advocate Rahul Bajaj. And concluding remarks, Himanshu ji, and then Krishnamurthy ji.
Yeah, friends, if suppose I'm the employee who is being subjugated to any sort of discrimination, what approach I would follow? Let me tell you. The very first thing, I would have the patience, and I will keep on reminding my immediate authority. Then, if not responded, then the next authority, and finally to the highest authority. And I will keep on doing this every time, persistently. And for this, I would also create a backup for my future fight. That is legal, like written correspondences.
Yeah.
This is very important. We will keep on indulging with the management in discussions. We will request them, but our correspondence should go simultaneously. This creates an evidence that after making so many attempts and efforts, we were compelled to knock to the door of law. So tomorrow the bank should not say this, that you did not approach us and you did not explode all the available channels in the bank, like GRC, all the HR departments and a liaison officer. So this is the, in my opinion, appropriate way. Of course, door of law is always open for us. It is CCPD is especially for us, and of course, that is quasi-judicial, and the judiciary, like High Court and Supreme Courts, are always open for me. So I would request all of you that follow this standard path of advocacy. Thank you.
Krishnamurthy ji, concluding remarks.
Yes, sir. First thing, one thing we have to understand, the banking or outside, Indian culture or Indian mentality is very much ego driven. That too, if a disabled person questions a person, even the very weak person will get angry. Economically, talently, knowledge-wise, he may be very poor. But if a disabled person asks some question against him, he will get irritated, he will get angry, he will try to take vengeance. So, imagine in the bank, if we ask an executive or a manager or a management, if you ask a slight question, they cannot tolerate, that will be kept in our book. This is my personal experience and experience of the many people. So it is better, don't fight with the management individually. Though you are 101% right, take the shield of the organization. There the role of the organization is very important. Get that organization's help. Approach through organization. Then first thing, as Himanshu has told, negotiation, take up the issue, request, and all the things. Then we will seek the remedies. There are two organizations we should be a member. That strongly I will advocate this one. One is Welfare Association like VIBEWA, exclusively for the persons with disability. Another one, your trade union. Either it may be an officers union or employees union. There also we should be active through that. Through these two channels we can take it up. Now, door has opened that grievances officers are appointed in each bank, and we are have a provision to form disabled welfare association where we are having a legal rights to discuss with them. So through them, if we take it, that minutes will be recorded and that has to be submitted to the Social Justice Ministry and that will be reviewed. So it is the important that we have to form a disabled association in each bank. Through that, every quarter there will be a bilateral discussion. Through that we can take it up. This is the another channel, or through the trade union. Finally, even if we want to go to the courts of law, because in my experience, I knocked the door of CCPD. I got the favorable judgment from them, but it was not implemented. That was challenged. That was filed in Delhi High Court. Again, that was shifted to Chennai High Court. Now, for the past 14 years, my 5 cases are pending in High Court of Chennai. And the legal expenditure is not a small one. Normal we people cannot able to meet it. So individuals fighting legally is very, 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 very difficult. Even the favorable judgment comes, mostly that will be after the retirement. I retired in 2021. Still the judgment is not there. Even if we get the judgment, the future life in the bank will be a very difficult one. Each and every action of our will be noticed. We will be tried to be punished. So better to take the issues through the associations only.
Well said, Krishnamurti ji. The strength lies in the collective action. As Dr. Ambedkar said, educate,
only 1 minute,
organize, and agitate.
Sir, can I 1 minute? So for that, this VIBEWA like association has to be worked like a trisu. In 3 points, it has to be worked. It should be a strong, committed team of the leaders. VIBEWA should be. Have its active members. That is the very important thing, that the members should be very transparent, very communicative. Each and every issue, they should bring it to the association so that association will take it. Then the association should have a very close liaison with the management. Not only the fighting, negotiation skill should be there. So the issues should be properly, strategically taken up with the management. This is the second thing. Another thing, certain things, the law itself should be changed. Like the promotion policy. For that, our special conveyance allowance. So the association has to have a political influence also. We should be able to influence the parliamentarian to pass certain favorable act in the parliament. So like a trisu, the VIBEWA or like this association should act. This the only way for this one. Thank you.
Actually, yeah, tomorrow we are going to deliberate upon all these aspects in detail in our workshop in the morning. Krishnamurti ji is with us. And tomorrow, the role of association, how strategically issues can be taken up, how to negotiate, all these leadership skills, we will try to deliberate for 2 hours from 10 to 12. And now, friend, I thank you. I thank you, Advocate Rahul Bajaj. I thank you, Krishnamurti ji. I thank you, my General Secretary, Himanshu ji. And actually, today we have run out of time. Tomorrow again we are meeting. Actually, there is no time for Q&A session. But if the IIT permits us, for 10-15 minutes we can interact. Some questions if you want to, just the question, no, nothing, no story, no background. And tomorrow again we can have this Q&A session definitely for half an hour. But now only for 10 minutes, 1 or 2 persons, 3 persons, only the question please, in 1 sentence.
Sure. Sir, good evening, sir. Myself, Santosh Kumar from Indian Bank. And unfortunately, I came late in the.
It's okay. It's okay. Question.
Sir, post lunch session, I have listened very carefully. Throughout whole session, I found that lack of collaboration and attitudinal barrier are 2 things that are stopping us to go ahead in our working life.
What's the question, please?
Sir, so how VIBEWA will take these challenges?
We are already taking up these challenges.
Lack of collaboration in the sense of, sir, technology है पर different background है और ये attitudinal barrier lived
Yeah,
experience.
Santoshji, thank you. We got your question.
Yes, sir.
As far as collaboration and collaboration is concerned, so the best part is that like VIBEWA, like associations who conduct surveys on the ground, they submit their report to the concerned management, have a deliberation discussions with them, point out that what are the shortfalls and what are its plausible like solutions. So this measure can actually plug that gap. That is number one. Second thing, you ask about attitudinal barriers. So for that, we have already been pushing to the ministries to make it mandatory to have sensitization kind of programs for all mainstream officers in banking industry, so that they can come across the needs, special needs requirements, like adjustment with the person with disability. So we are already making this effort, and today and tomorrow this will be
There
fructified
is
to see
a
our belief.
Karma Yogi training going on for all the central government employees. We are pushing that disability module should be there. Something on disability should be there in all the training programs, right from induction to any other training program. But unfortunately, it's not happening. But one of our major demands is like that.
Okay, next question, friends.
Good evening, friends. I am Alagi Perumal from Indian Bank. I have a question. You told us 31 matrix points. In this, like SBI having a separate training wing is there for their visually impaired employees. Like why other banks with their internal institutes, training institutes, why cannot they form a training program for their visually impaired employees with the us, about us, without us, which will not be perfect. So with our employees, why all the banks can form a training program, design a training program? Definitely it may help in future also. The new recruiters, they may get some benefits.
Thank you, Panimalji. We got your question. You want to suggest that banks should develop their internal special training module as well as set up for providing it internally. So this is also one of our demand, because this requires a lot of expertise to be developed, and in any case bank need to hire external accessibility experts and assistive technology experts, though some of the banks have already developed it inside, like in Union Bank and in Bank of Baroda also, and in fact in SBI. But remember that in most of the bank, SBI Foundation, which has expertised people and expertised training module with them. So for this, we have also incorporated this suggestion. This needs some time for any bank to develop such modules. But we are under this process of we have already put forth this demand, and we believe that under ease reforms today or tomorrow, when we have been able to make mandatory internal accessibility audits as mandatory now through ease and all, and Government of India in IBA has already issued a circular, I think on 12th February or January, I don't remember the month exactly. So that too also will be on the card, and we are continuously pressing for all these internal training systems. Thank you.
One thing I would like to add here.
Yes, Rahul,
this will be benefit for all of us. Public sector banks are going through a common reform agenda, which is called EASE. The full form of EASE is Enhanced Access and Service Excellence. In that, there are metrics on training of persons with disabilities, wherein the IBA on quarterly basis is asking for the data that how many employees with disabilities have been provided with the training program. So sooner or later, definitely, and there is one more thing which is in progress. After the Rajiv Rituri judgment, all service sectors have been asked to come out with the negotiable and non-negotiable standards. In that, training intervention is also one of the non-negotiable pillar important point. So you will see that now it becomes the compliance requirement for all the banks to, one, provide training to the persons with disabilities, two, to sensitize persons without disability regarding the etiquettes related to persons with disabilities.
Okay, friends, we can have one or two more questions, so please come fast.
Sir, yeah, I'm Suresh here from Bank of Baroda. My question is if Advocate Rahul is available online. So it is
Yes,
in
I'm here.
it is in regard to reservation policies pertains to bank. What is
Yes.
happening is they are saying promotion at entry level. So,
Right.
but as far as government is concerned, their entry level starts at grade A, which is an executive cadre. But in our case, our executive cadre starts from at different level A, B, C, D. From the level D, our executive cadre starts, and this is entry level. The DFS and all they are implementing and interpreting at their own. So, is it not a matter of interpretation?
No, so you're saying, so in government service, reservation and promotion is provided up to the lowest rung in group A, right? So you're saying that in the context of banks, it should not be like that because that means that very few posts actually get covered within the reservation and promotion regime. Is that your concern?
Yes, I think that is precisely what he is asking. And there is a disparity in the government class 1 and class 2 is there. Then class 3 is the clerical grade and class 4 is there, right?
Right.
In banking, there is no class 2. So right from class 3, then class 1 starts. Therefore, this disparity is bound to happen. There is no way out of it.
Right, right. The only thought that comes to mind is if we, I mean, if we can show that, you know, there is some relaxation or modification that needs to be made to the DOPT OM to correct this, that is something we can reflect on in the context of banks to have a slightly different mechanism. That's something we can think
Well,
about.
I mean, we only can argue about the monetary parity, but which is a very difficult argument to convince. We can say that class 1 of the central government starts from this scale. And in the banking, it should also from, because, but the scales in the banking and the government, they are not exactly comparable. We will get the nearby scale. Like government may, it suppose it starts from, hypothetically, suppose, I don't know the current pay matrix, but suppose it starts from 50,000, right? Suppose.
Right.
So in banking, there are no one-to-one correspondence in the pay scales.
Understood.
So near 50,000, some scale which we will get, that will be grade B or scale 2 or 3, perhaps.
Right, right.
So we can argue that it should start from scale 3 in the bank.
Correct, correct.
But it is a very difficult proposition for the government to accept.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree.
Sir, sir, good evening, sir. I am from Canara Bank, Safdarjung branch, Delhi. I am a locomotive disorder.
Your name, please, friend.
Vivek Sharma, sir.
Please, your name,
Vivek Sharma
please.
from Canara Bank.
Okay.
I wanted to ask regarding promotion policy. In our Canara Bank, promotion policy, they have mentioned it 65% above our several disability for transferring of promotions. But why they have mentioned this year, I don't know. And the second thing is that while taking personal lease, they are asking for 15 kilometers.
Please be little louder.
Your question, please, little louder.
For promotion policy in Canara Bank, they are asking 65% and more for scale 1 to 2. There is mentioned some 65% or more is of several disability. They will go, they won't get transfer from.
That we got. Something else you want to
And one more question is there, sir. One personal lease, they have some radius is there, but why they have mentioned 14 kilometer of radius, I don't understand. If we are a physically difficult.
Few minutes back, I shared with all of you that this has become, this new phenomenon has come into light. The banks are revising their own metrics, carving out certain portion of the RPWD Act or the Government of India different guidelines. So this is one classic example of that. A person with a benchmark disability is the norm, and it never mentions about
They can't assess, no.
60%, 65 or 80%. So in my opinion, this is just, as I told, decision of the management without having regard to the RPWD Act. That is one thing. Secondly,
Periphery is not or never mentioned in any of the Government of India guidelines or circular. But if they are marking it, it should be questioned from the within the bank itself. So I request all of you that who are affected by such things, you please ask that based on the Government of India or which guidelines or which constitutional act or something like that you have transferred me or you have framed this guidance. You gave from raise the voice from the your Canada Bank.
Sure, sir.
And we will definitely take it up. This
Sure,
is a
sir.
new phenomenon. I know that this has come, I think, around a month back.
Yes,
I was
sir.
made aware of that, but since we were extremely busy in the area. So, friends, this was the last question of today.
One more. Thank you, sir.
Tomorrow, we will meet again at 9 to 9:30 here. Tomorrow, since there will be no inaugural session, so we will immediately start our session. The first session, of course, our workshop for the leaders, how to form association, how to.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, one side. I am from Canara Bank, Ashok Kumar Adhikari. Regarding that legal matter, that officer in central government and bank, whether any representation we have made to the government through VIBEWA?
No, there are clear government guidelines. There was a circular specifying that class 1 in banking will start from scale 1. There is clear-cut guideline. We have not submitted any representation. We will have to take a call. We will discuss it in our EC meeting and we will seek the legal opinion also, because when we make the demand, it should be substantially and it should probability should be there. It's very difficult that government will accept this because it is affecting the entire banking sector as in all the matters. So class 1 starts from scale 1 in the banking sector. It is not only about the promotion of the disabled, but for all other matters also it is relevant.
It is
from the class 1 starts.
Yes, that conveyance also related to that. Conveyance, double conveyance for central government employees.
Okay, so friends, this is the high time to wind up the session.
I think we cannot trouble triple IT further, but I think colleagues or
any of you who are not the VIBEWA members and wish to be VIBEWA members, tomorrow please get registered. We will give you the membership on the spot. On the spot membership will be there tomorrow throughout the conference till 2 o'clock. So please make your mind and associate with us. Be a part of VIBEWA formally. Do you want to be? Many of you are members. I know many of you are already members, but those who are not, there is an appeal to them. Please tomorrow come here. Volunteers will be there. Fill up the form. Get the membership. Bring your ID and disability ID. That's it. Bank ID and disability ID. Okay. So see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Volunteers, please help the participants to go down and help catch their vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you.